I understand achievement hunting because some people want external goals for games, but I think achievement hunting is also if you really, really, really enjoy achievement hunting, you're missing something because you'll have a better... If you truly enjoyed the game that you're playing in the first place, you wouldn't need achievements. Achievements are a bonus. It's because you also need to remove their internal thoughts, Sax. But here's the thing, right? If you want to do that, you're a disgusting human being, and I lose respect for you, Sax. Anyway, let's dive into Dwarf Fort. And Halo 3 achievements that unlocked some armor parts for you to wear. I'm not a big fan of that if they're locked behind high difficulties, though, because there's a lot of games that just, like, as an example, I was playing through Crisis 1 over the weekend. I got like 2 hours in. It's pretty fun. You're still disgusting, Sax. Go play as elves or something. At least that's culturally acceptable for them. Do you think they'll have a mod category for any conflicts, or that's something you can do in-game? Tarn, I don't know what the in-game options menu is going to look like, USA 69 version 3. I don't know what to call you. That guy, USA 69 version 3. Your name is so long, I don't know which part to say. I'll just call you Guy or USA. Okay, USA, got it. But there is he said that the majority of that stuff is just going to be in the options. I don't know what it's going to look like, but... Yeah, I like achievement hunting if it encourages different playstyles. As a Crisis example, they give you achievements for being stealthy, and they give you achievements for just like driving a truck through people. So, it encourages the player to play in ways that maybe they wouldn't normally, and that's interesting. I don't like it when achievements are just like beat this really, 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 really hard thing. It's like, come on, come on. No, that makes sense. I mean, like, those 109 achievements are probably the ones that you get from just playing the game and not ones that you need to specifically seek out, right? So that makes sense. But also, Dwarf Fortress isn't going to have achievements at launch. That's going to be something that'll be... Achievements will be added in once Adventure Mode is added in, which makes sense because it doesn't make a lot of sense to have achievements for a game when only 2/3 of the game is there. So, although I think that there should be an achievement for Arena Mode that's just... Launch Arena Mode. Because what else can you really do in Arena Mode? I have a question. At what point does your sick, fucked up brain, Sax, sit there and think, I really don't like these people that are attacking me. I want to eat them. You know, I've straight up said multiple times, I don't want this discussed. I don't want you to talk about it. If you want to do that, be my guest. Fuck off. And that's as clear as I can say that. If you want to do that, go nuts. Have fun. I don't need to hear about it, okay? Have fun with your video game. It's a single-player game for a reason. There are certain things that make me not interested in a games community. And if your goal is to push me away from this community, keep doing what you're doing. But in reality, it won't push me away. It'll just make me time you out or ban you. And I don't want to do either of those things because I like you. You're a nice member of my chat. But play the game the way you want. Enjoy it. But there are certain things, if somebody says, please stop talking about a thing, please stop talking about a thing, because it just makes my experience of streaming this game less pleasant. Cease. Thank you. If you're new, it'll be like you would think that many of those configs at once, but yeah, I don't know what they're going to show up in the workshop like, right? I have no idea. It's called bureaucracy. Sure. Hex Wrench, what's up? Let's dive in. We're going to go make some obsidian. It's the plan for today, is just make a stockpile of obsidian blocks. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, though. But we just made obsidian. Right here. So this is what we're doing, is we're going to mine out some obsidian, and then we're going to make some more obsidian. And then we're going to mine out some more obsidian, and then we're going to make some more obsidian. And then we're going to mine out some more obsidian, and then we're going to make some more obsidian. Can you get other things other than dwarves living in your forts. Yes, but in this one, it's difficult. So yes, you can get elves, you can get goblins, but they have to show up via petitions, which means there have to be active adventurers in your world. Essentially what it means in order to get dwarves that are, or characters in your fortress that are not dwarves, is they need to be able to visit. Because of how old this fort is, there's none that can visit. Makeshift adventure mode, so just unlocking it. You know, I'm not going to speculate about that, but, you know, I've said this before, it won't surprise me if people figure out a way to make adventure mode function with the old UI in Premium, but it won't surprise me if that's a thing. I think playing DF is winning DF. Flavabox, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, man. For those of you who don't know, Flavabox is the first person ever to subscribe on this channel. Why does Fort Age attract visitors? So there's a hard cap in this version of the game, right? The hard cap is this. So in the 2D game, population cap worked differently. And when you hit 3,000 dwarves, happy birthday. I mean, happy stream birthday. It's not my birthday. My birthday's in June, but thank you very much, Flava. Cheers, man. If you have 3,000 dead and missing, the game assumes that you have more than 3,000 dwarves. And it's a very, very, very old limit. I don't know if it's being removed. Tarn's aware of it. I hope it's been removed. But when you hit 3,000 dead and missing, the game stops sending you visitors and it stops sending you migrants. Flat. You cannot get more dwarves at the 3,000 cap. Yes, it affects visitors. So no more visitors, no more migrants when you hit 3,000 dead and missing. Because the game assumes that you have more than 3,000 living entities on your map, which is wrong. And it's a very, very, very old thing. You can erase this with DF hack. So you can clear this screen to wake your world back up. And supposedly having a very big list of characters in this makes your game run better. Which is weird. But, yeah, that's because the game is no longer like searching for characters in the world that are close enough to your fortress that they could come visit. So it's this weird kind of mix of things where it's like that's why I get no visitors in this world, because there's 16,000 dead on this map. No, that is not something that is surfaced in the init files. Like that is something that is baked into the game somewhere, and I don't know how to edit it. If you can edit it, I don't know how. No, not if you delete it, Tygo. If you delete it, your game runs worse. So if you have a very full list of dead creatures and you delete it, it makes your game run worse, because then suddenly the game is searching for more characters to funnel into your fortress. Well, I mean, a lot of those things are crushed, right? A lot of them are like humans and whatnot, but this is my cemetery. These are all my dwarves. No, the remains don't really cause problems because they're not actively, like, it's like they're sitting in a stockpile and no one's pathing to get them. So the remains don't really cause frame rate issues. What causes what causes the frame rate to get messed with is when the game is trying to source new characters to bring by as visitors. That's what causes frame rate weirdness, if that makes sense. Theoretically, yeah. Have I done it? No. But I've certainly traded with my own forts before. Because you can only be playing one fort simultaneously. If you start 10 different forts in the same faction, or even in different factions, if you're in different factions, you can threaten and demand ongoing tribute, which will send you tributes. And then they will come and trade with you, or a one-time tribute, and then they will come and trade with you if you do it successfully, if you're in a different faction. And if you're in the same faction, then technically you are trading with them just by the wagons showing up. Does sourcing visitors get more taxing as time goes on? No, but sourcing visitors is taxing. When the game is not sourcing visitors, that's less taxing. Does that make sense? It's not that it gets more taxing as the game goes on. It's just the game searching for characters in the world every season is taxing. But if the game isn't searching for anything, then it's less. Then it's not taxing. So, because the game's going, oh, you have too many dwarves. We're not going to look for visitors anymore. Which is what makes your world die, which happened to this world. And like I think it was like year 124 or something that we hit the 3,000 dead mark. So, you know, it's kind of a long time coming. But the living dwarves in this fortress are Lemond, Dragon, Volleylol, Tygo, Anonymo, Phytotech, Letharticus, Anthony, Malden, Disco, Havoc, Diamond Destruct, Ayer, Aquafunkalistic, Bootywab, Cannon Fodder, Mist Runner, Lilum Katsu, Zindros, Bloodcat 17, Hoshan, The Scoid, Rory, Stone, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Hops, Deadliest, Nyako, Jimmy Tibby, Pilot, Shenryon, NetJam Jr., Mr. Mac, Poimu, Eerie Brella, Curses, Rolf, Navy, and Piranha. Something you've not really done much in Fortress mode is world map activities and forcing settlements to pay you tribute. It sounds like fun. Go nuts. I mean, like you can even get the goblins to bring you tribute a couple of times. Even goblins will bring you 1 or 2 rounds of tribute before they attack you, which is kind of amazing, actually. Give you goblin thongs. You can't. I don't think you can demand. You can't demand tribute of specific items, but like they might bring you goblin thongs. Although dwarves are going to be able to make underwear in the next version, which is such a funny thing to say out loud. But it's true. Dwarves will be able to make underwear soon. In Dwarf Fortress Premium, the dwarves will have unlocked the secrets of underwear. Isn't that wild? It's kind of nuts. What a world, yeah. Under their animal. It really is. Oh, hold on a second. Username checks out Goblin Thongrot. Also, thank you very much to Flavabox for gifting a sub to Goblin Thongrot. I don't even know who owns that account, but shout out. Oh, that's fantastic. Please tell me you've also followed Tekken, because you'd get a kick out of that too. It would just be hilarious if demanding tribute ends up in you and your fort with underwear that then causes a tantrum spiral. You know, I'll be honest with you. I genuinely can't remember the last time I had a tantrum spiral in the current version. In this version, which is one version back, which is 47.04 instead of 47.05, before stress got nerfed quite a bit, I can't remember the last time I had a tantrum spiral in any of the current era forts I've done. Like, I don't think it's happened once. Dwarves and bras win? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lady Dwarves just don't need that. They just kind of flex and keep going. Stout labor makes for stout backs. Dwarves are beyond induced back pain. I would assume. Oh, I see. I need to. Oh, how that top bit got canceled, but. All right. How the heck did I make Tanner's shops? I wanted those to be Mason shops. What? I guess M is right next to N, so. So you are going to start making obsidian blocks. How come I can't find obsidian? No, it's on here. Like, literally. Can I not make obsidian? Can you not make obsidian blocks? Guess I could cut obsidian and make weird obsidian gems, but I don't see the point of that. Yeah, I guess you can't make obsidian blocks. Huh. Learn something every day. That or they just don't have access? No, there they are. What the fuck? That's not locked. That's not locked. There's no lock. What the fuck? Why can't they reach it? It's literally... It's not forbidden, is it? No, it's not. Can't they... Huh. Hold up. I make a stone stockpile here. For obsidian. Probably gonna fly past it 3 times before I find it. There it is. If there were were marsupials, there's were kangaroos. So that's kind of the same thing. But no, mother dwarves carry their babies on their shoulders. They walk around with them like this. Except for the infants, which get swaddled in their own beards if they have them. We might be able to get a spot for DF. I kind of doubt it. I have this weird feeling that Vampire Survivors is just going to walk away with all of the Steam awards. Oh, also, for those of you who are wondering why Dwarf Fortress is releasing on the 6th specifically, I'm giving Dwarf Fortress the Labor of Love Award, by the way. The reason they're releasing on the 6th is it's after the autumn sale and before the Christmas sale. That's why. Because they're, like, right in between. Also, hey, Righteous, what's up? So, listen, you keep chucking dwarves into lava, hoping to make a bridge over... You keep chucking dwarves into lava, hoping to make a bridge over the lava, but it hasn't worked yet? Well, just keep chucking dwarves in. I'm sure eventually they'll start to pile up. Okay, seriously, why in the world do they not know where this obsidian is? It's like right there. Make them obsidian blocks. I just cancel it. That's weird. So confused by this. I've never had it happen. I think baby just appears out of thin air and it's not, like, really a concern. But I've definitely had babies die. But not during childbirth, no. I don't think... Like, there's certain things that the game just doesn't process, and that's one of those. Like, the baby just appears. Can they open doors? Yes. But here's the thing that you need to know about elves, right? Everybody vilifies elves like they are the evilest thing in the world. They're really not. The elves actually aren't even trying to kill your dwarves. The only goal that the elves have is the elves want to stop you from chopping down their trees. So when they attack you, their goal isn't to kill all of the dwarves. When they attack you, their goal is to stop the dwarves from chopping down the trees. So they're not there to kill all of your dwarves, right? Like when the goblins attack you, their goal is to kill all of the dwarves, right? When the humans attack you, their goal is to kill all of the dwarves. When other dwarves attack you, their goal is to kill all of the dwarves, or as many of them as possible. When the elves attack you, their goal is to fight with you until they run out of ammunition and then run away. You know, you say that, but I might actually play this one because it looks kind of awesome. This one. Because it is actually turn-based and it uses chess rules. Like, yeah, it's still the exact same fucking format, but this one looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. This one's kind of cool. This one is kind of cool looking and might actually be something for me. So, yeah, I don't know. I tend to agree with you, though, in broad strokes. It's annoying. I'm not a fan. It's like it spawned a, air quotes, genre of games that are clogging up the roguelike directory that aren't even remotely similar to roguelikes. It's like, well, that's what we need. Games that are nothing like roguelikes being confused with roguelikes. Woo! Elves attack you if you chop down too many trees, yes. They also attack you if you sell them wood. You know, honestly, I don't mind it existing as its own genre. If anything, like, I really like the fact that people are suddenly accepting super cheap, simple games as a thing to purchase again. Because for a very long time, super cheap, simple games have existed purely as a format for, like, free web games, or, like, used as an insult. It's like, oh, you're that looks like a Flash game. For years, it was, like, an insult, right? Like, that was a bad thing. But now, suddenly, like, people have accepted paying $3 for games like that, and I think that that's actually a good thing. I think that there's definitely a market and a place for games that are a couple of bucks that are mechanically really simple. So that part doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that they call them all roguelikes. Like, literally, that's my issue with Vampire Survivors and its clones, is it's like, it's an action roguelike. It's like, you're a fucking banana slug. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you should actually be selling food to the elves because food is significantly more valuable than drinks, but that's also probably going to change in the next version, so. Yeah, but WinRAR doesn't need you to buy it. What's up, Death? No, it's not. Death, to be honest with you, like, you're gonna, like, start making these arguments, and I'm just gonna, like, completely vehemently disagree with you on every level. So if you think you're being funny, that's cool, but just realize that I'm never going to agree with you. Slay the Spire is a deck builder, clearly, just like many board games before it. And if you call it a roguelike, you might as well call XCOM a real-time strategy game, because it has characters in a strategy map just like StarCraft. Remember selling exclusively stone-based products back then? Oh yeah, no, totally. Why not just use the software you like using, a Megaloaf? And shush. Is this the part where you tell me that XCOM is a roguelike? Is this the part where I permanently ban you? Because it's not. It's a tactics game with Iron Man. There's no roguelike elements in XCOM. None. And I'm not joking. So if you think you're being funny, that's cool. Fuck off. How do you feel about people using roguelite to describe games? It confuses people. Most games that are roguelite have one thing in common with roguelikes, and that's the fact that they're run-based. So if you're going to call a game a roguelite, just refer to it as run-based plus subgenre, because that is significantly less confusing for people. Right? So if you want to call a game a roguelite, look at what it is and call it a run-based that. So, as an example, Hades isn't a roguelite, and it's not a roguelike. Hades is a run-based action game. There's a reason we stopped calling first-person shooters Doom clones. It's because they stopped being anything like Doom. If roguelites are nothing like Rogue, we shouldn't call them roguelikes, because they're nothing like Rogue. And most of these run-based games that people claim are like Rogue are nothing like Rogue. So why are you calling them a roguelite when it's nothing like Rogue? I mean, adventure mode is mechanically similar to a roguelike. But it's a open world survival sandbox. I mean, mechanically it's similar, sure. Yeah, why not just call it permadeath or like Iron Man or something like, you know, we did for decades. Suddenly, like, this young genre of moronic gamers are like, oh, if it's got permadeath, it's a roguelike. That's not a roguelike, my guy. And if you're calling that a roguelike, to go do some actual video game history research. Roguelikes have existed since the 80s, and they ain't going anywhere. And games with Iron Man are just games with Iron Man. Just because you tack Iron Man onto something doesn't automatically make it a roguelike. The problem is, like, with how language evolves, I don't care how your language evolves. If your language is actively destroying the existence of something else, that's shitty evolution. Right? So, as an example, first-person shooters that suddenly feel like old-school Quake, we're calling boomer shooters. We gave them a new genre because it doesn't make sense to call them Quake clones, because they're not really Quake clones. So why in the world would you erase a genre that's existed for literal decades to replace it with something that is just mechanics taken from a couple separate genres that have nothing to do with the first one, right? So if you're going to be like, this game has permadeath, I would argue something like Hades doesn't even have permadeath because you gain so much from run to run. There is no permadeath in Hades. So if permadeath is your example, it's not even a Hades. It's not even a roguelike. Well, Crypt of the Necrodancer isn't a roguelike because of the amount of meta progression it has, but it's closer to a roguelike than the vast majority of bullshit that people call roguelikes. Crypt of the Necrodancer is one of the only games that I can point at and be like, yeah, that's a roguelite. Same with, like, you know, Crown Trick. Crown Trick, I think was the name of it. Is another one that I can point at and be like, that's a roguelite. That kind of is like Rogue, but really not, right? And that's fine. There's like 10 games like that exist. That it's like, you're not quite a roguelike, but you've got all the pieces. Most of these games don't even have all the pieces. Well, Diablo-likes are action RPGs, clearly. There is no such thing as a Diablo-like. It's literally an ARPG. Rogue-ish genre? Sure, if you want to be an asshole. No, it genuinely makes me sick that people, like, fuck up genres so much. It genuinely makes me sick. Not to be a jerk, but judge much? Think about it this way, Necrosaint. I am a disabled, legally blind person, right? There are certain types of games that are very accessible to me. One of those types of games is roguelikes, traditional roguelikes. Turn-based, classic roguelikes. Often ASCII, sometimes not. Those games are very, very accessible to me. They're slow, they're turn-based, and they're something very specific. This young group of kids that have decided that suddenly everything that is slightly difficult is now a roguelike has completely ruined the searchability and discoverability of roguelikes. Okay? So if I go to the roguelike tag on Steam, they might as well not exist. And that drives me nuts. Genuinely drives me nuts. Because suddenly, apparently, fucking Dome Keeper's a roguelike. Suddenly, apparently, whatever the fuck Soulstone Survivors is a roguelike. When in reality, and Realm of the Mad Gods apparently a roguelike, and Inscription, which is like a fucking adventure game, is a goddamn roguelike. When in reality, all I'm looking for are games that are just like Rogue. And that's very frustrating. That's very frustrating. And all of these jokes and these memes and this bullshit, just all it does is dilute a genre that I genuinely love. Genuinely. So, and then from there, even the traditional roguelike directory gets fucked up and has all kinds of weird things pop up in here that shouldn't be in here. When in reality, stuff like Caves of Cud and Shattered Pixel Dungeon and Zorbus should be the fastest and easiest ones to discover when you type in roguelike in the first place. Not something that has co-opted the name for no good reason. Sword of the Stars of the Pit was too focused on crafting for me, but it's a neat game. I don't play Souls-like games, so I'm not even remotely a person to discuss that subject. But what I will say is most of them just feel like action-adventure games to me. But I don't play those games, so I'm not the person to ask there. Okay, so, like, seriously, why does the game not know that I have obsidian? It's funky. Yeah, the game doesn't know that I have obsidian. That's weird. Anyway, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Since none of you care, why are we still talking about this? Because clearly none of you care. And if you do care, cool. You're on my side already. Why are we discussing this again? Because it's always just the same list of questions. It's always just, what do you think about roguelite? I don't. It's a bad term. And then it's always, what about traditional roguelike? It's like, well, yes, that already exists, but clearly it's not working because it gets flooded with games that aren't traditional roguelikes as well, because people just call everything a roguelike. Might need to I don't know what that would do, Diamond? What? I too like Dwarf Fortress. I mean, what gets added to Dwarf Fortress is whatever Tarn wants to add. I don't really care what they add to Dwarf Fortress, to be honest. I just hope that they keep making this game and they add things that keeps them inspired to keep making this game. What I think would be a better definition of roguelike? Of roguelite? Run-based. Run-based. There's no acronym. There's no bullshit. If it's a run-based game, it's what most kids call roguelikes. Hades is a run-based game. Spelunky is a run-based game. Binding of Isaac's a run-based game. None of these are roguelikes. Risk of Rain's a run-based game. None of these are roguelikes. I've played Rogue, so you've heard my opinion. Actually, I was playing a Rogue variant a couple weeks ago. Called Templar Rogue. It was pretty cool. Which is why people shouldn't be allowed to suddenly say that something is or isn't something if they haven't played the thing that it's based on. Also, I literally tried to change this subject a minute ago. Why are you continuing it, NetJam? This clearly is a subject that people don't like to talk about. Hey, speaking of things people don't like to talk about, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well, that's cool. Meanwhile, Volleylol, the fish cleaner, wants to make something. It's worrisome. Once again, it's the Confederacy of Sport. We're in early summer. Siege, yes. Animal, you're not helping. What part of please change the subject did you miss? If you missed it, now you've heard it. Otherwise, please change the subject. Because I don't see the point in continuing this delusional bullshit of nobody listens to streamer. Also, my unicorns require more food. That's something that we need to prioritize so I don't lose my unicorns. But they certainly need more food. All right, so the other thing that we need to do, I need to make sure that the walkways are all open. This needs to be closed. And I think that's it. Yes. Not a bad siege. Look at them all. I mean, these humans could have stayed our friends, but they decided not to. Damn shame. Wait, where'd you read this, Hex? Question that you submitted to one of Blind's Q&As did that, and you feel proud that you... Oh, because of because Tarn went back and then actually fixed it? Was it you who submitted it into the one before? Pretty bad at remembering who submits what, to be honest. Yeah, absolutely, but I don't do that in this fort. Deadliest. You go here to this screen, and then you select a place you want to attack, and you press R to raid this site. Right there. And it starts a mission, and then you can select details of what you want to do. And then they go and they stab the place to death. But I don't feel like doing that, because I don't really want to get attacked by more people. We can raid other people now? Yeah, since like 2017 or something. The Never Coming Back raid is still running. I don't know what you're referencing. Use the word run interchangeably with save. I think the word run has like just kind of gotten stuck in the Earth's vocabulary in the past couple decades just because of the prevalence of run-based games, and you know, that's fair. Like you don't really have a save in XCOM, you have a run of XCOM if you're playing an Iron Man, right? Apparently he had made most of a patch and then just left it mostly before getting distracted. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, when raids leave and then are traveling forever? If a raid leaves and then are traveling forever, retire your fortress and go look at Legends. Because odds are pretty good they got attacked by something. Because there are other things on the world, right? It is possible that your army could leave and then never come back. Which is also why I refuse to do it in this fort. Oh, it's all good. It's just if I don't understand a question, I will ask to try and get the answers for said question. Also, what Stone said, yeah, Death. Gosh, I wish threads were more decipherable at a glance. I really do think the way you put it, that Tarn has forgotten more about Dwarf Fortress than most of us have learned, is like, I mean, what? I'm trying to remember the movie. Like, I stole that quote from a movie, and I can't remember what movie it is, and it was one of those. So the Dwarf. Hold on a second. Let me go Google a thing. There you go. This is from March 2020. Thanks, Gita, for the great headline. Unfortunately, Gita Jackson doesn't write for Vice anymore. They laid her off. Which is a bloody shame. That... Yeah, I mean, bot realizes that you don't feel good and is trying to make you happy.
Woohoo!
But the kind of like wrinkle there that I don't know if Stone's mentioned is in order for guild halls to act as schools, you need to make them public. Or at the least, allow all of your faction members to visit them. Because by default, they can't. Can I take a moment to lend you a look inside of a teacher's life? You know, my like 4 members of my extended family are all elementary school teachers, right? So I'm well aware. When will you fucking learn to send me your homework the right side up and ass over the tea kettle? And not ass over the tea kettle. What's ass over the tea kettle mean? What the hell does ass over the tea kettle mean? This is where I would pause and ask Stone to translate the Britishism, but you're not Stone and you're also not British, so I'm very confused. No, you're not, Death. The game still plays largely the same. Just realize that taverns are important, and yes, you should make guild halls. Without making them physically unreachable? I like to put them on well, I mean, I don't have to worry about that in this fort because, like, visitors are, like, not a thing anymore. But I like to put them on, in busy forts, I like to put them on pedestals in my tavern and then let them get stolen, or surround them with traps and then the first dwarf to take it off of the pedestal or a creature to take it off the pedestal will get caught in the traps. That's fun. Another thing that's fun to do is put guard dogs or guard animals around so they see the person trying to steal it. Basically just set it up so that somebody sees it. And someone is going to see it if it gets picked up. And then if they are a military dwarf, they'll attack the person who's stealing it, assuming they're not one of your dwarves. Otherwise, they'll just simply report the crime. And then if you have a captain of the guard / prison setup, you can like convict them of theft and they can get like hundreds of days in prison, which is fun. Ass over tea kettle is usually referred to someone falling over or flipping over. Huh. That's from Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Really? My ex used to watch a lot of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, so that makes some sense. It was just like, I don't think I've ever actually sat down and watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but like, it was just on the TV a lot. Sounds a bit like arse over tit. Excuse me? I mean, I as somebody who's more of an ass man and less of a tits man, yes, ass over tits, but what? It's not originally from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I was gonna, it's like, this sounds a bit too academic for Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but... I almost want to say it's like from Star Wars or something, where it's like he's forgotten more about the Force than you and I will ever know. But I'm also pretty sure that's wrong. I don't know what that quote's originally from. Someone in the YouTube comments is just going to be like, this is what this is originally from. Heard it from somebody from, what, ass over tea kettle? Huh. Arse over tit means to fall over? Okay. So it's basically the same meaning. This is a weird conversation. Time to speak with Stone Hobo. I mean, he's in class right now, I think. Lethal Weapon. Interesting. Another movie I haven't seen in a very, very, very long time. This is like one of those movies that I saw when I was way too young to see it. And was just like, man, this is a good movie. That and Bad Boys. Although I've just been slowly working my way through like Michael Mann films as far as like 80s and 90s action thrillers go. $360p and still buffering? Made me worried that I was buffering. I was buffering a lot on Sunday, actually. I was getting some weird hiccups with my connection to Twitch, but that sucks, dude. Is there just like mass outages right now? Whenever I see news about outages coming up in your area, I'm always just like, oh, man. Speaking of things being annoyed, can I just say that I'm kind of mad at the Game Awards? It's like, I'm looking forward to the Game Awards. I look forward to the Game Awards every year because I love sitting in Discord with a bunch of people and drinking and just, like, making fun of the Game Awards. Like, I look forward to the Game Awards in the same way that I think a lot of people look forward to, like, the Oscars, right? Like, it's not an awards show that I take even remotely seriously, but I'm very entertained by it. All right, let's extend this pen pasture up here. But I look forward to the Game Awards every year, and I'm kind of pissed at the Game Awards. Because as much as I don't like it, Vampire Survivors is not listed on the Game Awards. That game should absolutely be in, like, the Game of the Year category. Just because of, like, how important that game has been to just games as a medium in the past year. As much as I don't like that game, it deserves a spot up there. And so whoever the fuck is voting on games for Game Awards, they need to get their shit together and actually look at what, like, people in games have been playing. Lava whoosh. Let's pull that. Let's also pull that. Pull that. That should be plenty. So you've never played Dwarf Fortress, but it seems so intimidating to learn. It's not. But so awesome once you do. Have you been able to try the Steam build? I have not played it, no. If so, does it seem easier to get into? Yes, it seems easier to get into. No, I have not played it. You've played tons of RimWorld, but DF seems like it's on an entirely different level. RimWorld is a significantly harder game than Dwarf Fortress. Because RimWorld's a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is an easy game. Dwarf Fortress is an obtuse, deep game, but it's a very easy game. Whereas RimWorld is an intentionally hard game that tries to be hard. Dwarf Fortress just has a lot of depth, but it's not a hard game. If you can play RimWorld, you can play Dwarf Fortress. I already did, yeah. Dark Philosophy. But yeah, no, honestly, if you can play RimWorld at, like, a remotely competent level, Dwarf Fortress is a significantly easier game. The only reason Dwarf Fortress has the reputation of being this nightmare video game is because that, and also this, and this, and this. It's because the UI doesn't make sense to people who haven't stared at it for way too long. It makes perfect sense when you stare at it for way too long and becomes a very easy game to play extremely quickly. Like, you know, I can just fly through these menus, like, and not have a problem because I have a very good idea of what I'm doing and know what I'm trying to accomplish, and I know how to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish. The problem with learning Dwarf Fortress is knowing what your options are and how to accomplish those goals. But the UI suddenly no longer being an obtuse nightmare is going to be enough to prove to the vast majority of people that actually this game's quite simple. Well, let's see. We threatened them like 100 years ago, Hero. With basically just like a, you bring us tribute every year and trade with us and we will not invade you kind of agreement. And they agreed and they started bringing us tribute. And then one year they just decided to not anymore. Yeah, it will be. It will be a bit of a funny reversal, but also not so much. I mean, like, because grizzled vets will know how to get down to cavern. Like, even if mouse control makes the game slower, which I think it will, there will still be, like, we'll still have a keyboard cursor that we can use, and we'll still be able to. We'll still know, like, the difference between veteran players and new players when Premium comes out is going to be like, are you able to dig straight down to Cavern Layer 3 and just start building a fort there? Or do you have to wait and, like, sit at the top and build a whole bunch? Like, are you building in the first 3 layers, or are you building on layer 78? Is going to be the difference between old players and new players. Like, I think my first fort that I'm going to do is going to be, like, a Cavern Layer 2 fort. I think we're just going to dig down to the second Cavern Layer and just build down there. Like, honestly, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to go for, like, a tamer biome and just go for deep shit. Because that's what I'm looking forward to. That's the thing that I'm excited for. Also, Rhinestone, it's good to see you, man. How's things? I've got hiccups. Lava does not melt iron and steel. So iron is good. This copper and bronze stuff will melt. It just hasn't gotten deep enough to completely melt it yet. But iron and steel stuff doesn't melt in lava. Also, I should be able to just release the dwarves now. Cool. So some of these... What's the difference between build on different layers? New players don't like digging down because it's scary. But if you don't get it, I don't know how else to explain it. Or is that a happy little accident? Oh, that was definitely something that I maniacally set up. So I have lava that's getting pumped from the center of the world using this pump stack, which then gets pumped over into this reservoir, which is then sitting here in this reservoir above this walkway, which I then pull a lever to dump the lava into this walkway to burn all the humans that are trying to attack me. This is definitely an automated feat of Dwarven engineering. And that's not even a complicated setup. A more complicated setup would be like, oh yeah, no, we are using minecarts that are filled with lava to then fire those minecarts filled with lava through a hole in the wall, which obliterates the existence of things that are looking at us funny. Yeah, that's another thing about Dwarf Fortress, right? Is it's a physics sandbox too. Like games like RimWorld don't have that because it's flat, right? Dwarf Fortress isn't flat. Like when I do this and I'm moving through layers, each of these is like a RimWorld map. So it's like, imagine you have a RimWorld map, but instead of just having a RimWorld map, like, which would be, I guess, like whatever the base layer is, which would be around here, you also have 120 down, or 130, let's just say, down layers plus 15 to 30 up that you can do. So we can go all the way down here. All the way down here. And, you know, just to remind people, like, these are Ettins and Giants and Cyclopses that we have in these cages in here. I haven't dug too deep yet because it's very easy to not do that. There's no reason to, really. We don't need weapons because we use lava as our main form of defense. Do they need to be fed? Yes. Dwarves need booze, beds, and food. And if they have those three things, then they're good. Or grub, grawl, and garb or something. Oh, do captured monsters need to be fed? No. I wouldn't say shitty, Diamond. Be nice. We're pretty lenient with the pupils during the first topic, then they've abused it and they've got too much perfect grades, and now I'm pissed and have given them almost a test, and they seem like they're quite fucked. My uncle, who's a full-time grade 7 teacher, would be very unimpressed with that way of thinking. Tygo. I'm not trying to backseat your job because I can't see what's going on on your end, but my uncle would not be impressed with that. I mean, booze is practically more important than food for dwarves, so I did not forget second booze. Ground, grub, grog, clothing. Slaughter a bunch of unicorns because they need the food and I don't want them to starve. This pen got too small. You're testing if an improvised weapon statue slate can be worn from use. Oh, wait, are you trying to, like, allow other, like, Because, like, improvised weapons is a skill in Dwarf Fortress, right? Except instead of it, like, being they pick up a statue or something, it's they pick up a piece of rubble and throw it. It's, like, throwing random objects skill instead of, like, equipping it like a weapon. So that's already kind of a skill. Just a textures update? It's textures, a full UI rework, and music. But the UI rework and the controllability and the usability and the tutorials and all that's also coming to the free version. Are there guns in this game? Thank God, no. Crossbows and bows and arrows. There's no guns in this game because Zach and Tarn don't like guns. Also, Taurus, you've watched me for years. How do you not know that? What? Anyway, yeah, no, there's no guns in Dwarf Fortress because Zach and Tarn don't like guns. Not the lion thrown at the lion? Let me see if I can find this. This is my favorite Dwarf Fortress combat log of all time. This is an old piece of fan art, which I didn't create. The spinning lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the right lung and tearing the left lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion corpse is firmly lodged in the wound. So a dwarf picked up a dead lion and threw the dead lion at the living lion, impaling the living lion with the dead lion, killing the living lion with the dead lion, thus killing a lion with a lion. That's miscellaneous object. It's my favorite. It's like up there with like mom wax, like enemy goblin with baby and enemy goblin dies. Anything is a weapon if you throw it hard enough is the reality. Which is kind of glorious, and I adore it. And the game ain't even lying to you about that. They're self-described as dumb. Well, I ain't listening to anything you have to say, so I don't care if you're self-described as dumb, smart, or intellectual genius. What I do know is that you've watched my stream for years, and there's some things you should know already. No, there's no guns in Dwarf Fort. It's better to build a fortress exactly the way you want to build it. Remo. Any know the process on Pokemon mod for DF, or did I already play it? I've played it, but not on stream. It just adds a shit ton of animals. It's better in adventure mode. Speaking of, actually, hold on a second. DFFD is back up again. I want to check something. See if this file works, or if it's lost. Hey, it still works. Oh, it was Orphan. Never mind. Oh, I see. So I have to redo the category for that file. So here's the thing, right? I don't have strict answers. I'm getting that question right now like a dozen times a day, and I maybe should make a command for it or something, Loki. But I don't know. Is the answer to that. I don't know. I would like to. It would be nice. I hope I will, but I don't. There's been like rumblings and rumors that that I probably will, but I don't know. Is the answer. You'd be really glad if someone could just backseat your job, because if you're being honest, you're really uncomfortable teaching kids. Too much responsibility at the moment with the war ends. Well, here's the thing, right? I don't know the first thing about teaching kids, right? But my mom's a teacher, and I have multiple teachers in my extended family. And the one thing that I will say is Be nice to your kids. And I see a shit ton of anger in my chat, and all I can think is, ooh, that's bad. You're a temporary teacher who's forced to be a teacher, and you don't want to be. Be nice to your kids. Let them get good grades. Let them slack. Like, there's a fucking war going on. Just be nice to your kids. I'm not a teacher, so don't listen to what I have to say. But be nice to your kids. I mean, I still discover things I've never seen before, and I haven't done everything in this. And according to twitchstats.com, I've streamed, it's like almost 5,000 hours of this game. I haven't done anywhere close to all of the stuff in DF. Like, think about it this way, right? Like, you are being forced to be a teacher because you're in a country who's at war, right? You're in a country that's at war, that got invaded illegally by another country that has no right to be in your country, right? You're a substitute teacher. You know what substitute teachers do? They bring in they wheel the movie, the television into the classroom and play fucking Bill Nye the Science Guy. You should be the guy bringing in Bill Nye the Science Guy and just, like, doing fun shit, right? And I know that you can't do that because, like, probably your people who are telling you what to do are telling you to do other things. And honestly, yes, you should do other things. Just have fun, right? That's all I can say, man. So if you want somebody to backseat your job, I'll backseat your job. Give the kids good grades and have fun. A teacher who thinks that they are bad at their job is better than a teacher who is certain of their perfection. That too, Aqua. How's the fort going? Pretty damn well. I mean, Longdeath doesn't really have anything bad happen, so we're just kind of chilling. Sure, I don't know. I like, for certain, being a long-term sub is better than being is way harder than being a short-term substitute teacher. But like, I think that, like, you get my point to a degree, though. You know, that there's obviously, like, a lot of difficulty there, and I certainly don't envy anybody who's put in Tygo's situation. But at the same time, it's not the kid's fault. And Tygo keeps talking like it's the kid's fault, and that's frightening to me, as somebody who's just, you know, witnessing what Tygo's saying in chat. I'm reading the way you're talking, and that's the way you're talking. Okay, then let them tear you a new one. Let them fire you. Who cares? But genuinely, who cares? Okay, like, see, I'm gonna try something. This save is, like, unable to locate obsidian for some reason. Sub-teacher puts on BBC. Yeah, there you go. Just watch the news. Good morning, Frog. Hello. How's things? Good day, sir. I've only done the one fort, and I've never counted other forts. This is a very small, old world. Couple dozen, probably. It's a very small world. I could literally go count if you want, but if you're asking how many I've done, just the one. And we started it in year 5, and this fort is now 429 years old, I think. Or it's 409. Yeah, it's 400. It would be 429, I think. I need to check, though, once we get back in. 420. No, 430, not 429. 430 years old. Is this fortress. Cool. So does that mean you're sleeping in and living like a king? All the humans are dead. All right, let's check this and see if I can... Yeah, they can't find the obsidian. That is bizarre. Well, I found another bug in this world. All right, let's pull that lever. Pull that lever. Leave both of those pulled. We'll drain this. Good. I've been telling you to do no work for a while, so I'm glad your boss finally got on the same page as me. Board through the pandemic, and everyone is dragging staff and support bills and the special ed catch-up are up 300 to 400% from pre-pandemic, and teachers are happy if they can keep their kids in class and present. You cannot imagine adding a war on top of that, so your best. Don't let the unrealistic expectations of others break you down. Exactly what Psycho said. Spoken like a true, definitely not a psycho. Unless it's like psych. Oh! Maybe it's like, it might be the amount that you curse, but yeah, like when you're talking about like your frustrations with like your forced wartime gig, yeah, you often seem aggressive. You often seem angry, which I don't generally, I usually just chalk it up as like, dude's pissed at Russia. I get it. Like, I would be too. So yeah, no, you often do come off as quite mad, but it's fine. It's not really an issue. But then again, I also often misread things, so. Right, most of these unicorns are now getting better. Let's move some of these unicorn foals back over to this original spot and leave the adult ones over there. And we'll split them 50-50. That too. And if you curse a lot, you often end up seeming more angry than you probably are. Uh, 430. I was just staring at it, so it's off the top of my head. Also, chat room, I'm making a command. And this is just for people like Diamond and my mods to remember. Exclamation point key is going to say, Blind doesn't have key yet. Blind hopes he gets key. Is what this command is going to do. So, just give me a second. Write it down. Because I don't know when I'm going to get it. Genuinely. And that's the truth. So when you see people asking me about when I'm going to get it, not to be confused with a Kia or an IKEA. No, I should make it actually like that, key. Like an ocean key. Quiche? Delicious. I'll take 2. You doubt is the oldest? Archcrystal is the oldest well-documented fort. There's some dude who types in Russian on the Dwarf Fortress forums who claims that he has a 600-plus-year-old fortress from, like, the 43 era. But it's just a couple of screenshots, so... Although I will say Sethanos of Archcrystal comes by this chat every so often. Actually popped into my chat on, I think it was Thursday, and said, I'm going to be in your part of town on on Friday DM'd me, and I DM'd him, and he never DM'd me back, and I'm kind of pissed off. Not pissed off, but sad. It's like, come on, man. You told me to DM you, and then you didn't respond. This guy. I feel kind of betrayed. I won't melt your CPU. This fortress only uses 16% of my CPU. It was a power move? What, to see if I would DM? I mean, he's a Vancouverite, right? So it's like he's technically lives in my part of town already, but he knows what's like specific area I'm in because I've spoken with him a number of times. All right, let's flow this zone down here. Split some of the adult unicorns and some of the foals down there. Yeah, that too. I started underclocking. I know that like overclocking was all the rage for years and years and years, but it's like I got this brand new graphics card and I've underclocked it. So yeah, I can't do anything with Obsidian. I don't know why, but it looks like I can't do anything with Obsidian in this world. Can I build walls out of it? Like just boulders? So either my eyes are shit, which I know is true, or I didn't see any obsidian on this entire list. Even though it's like right there. Sup, Disco? Yeah, I don't see any obsidian there. There's cougar soap, but I don't see any obsidian. If obsidian, oh maybe. Actually, I wonder if it's set as restricted. Let's try this. There it is. I never, ever, ever restrict stones. Thank you for reminding me that that feature existed. That makes a lot more sense now. Good call, chat. Yes, no, indeed, good call, chat. It's like, what the fuck's happening? Because, like, you know, like, there are certain features that you use all the time in Dwarf Fortress, and then there's some that you forget exist. It's like, well, I knew that I hadn't forbidden them. But, like, that's just not a feature I ever used. Yes, mystery solved. Why I can't... You know, I must have done that, like, hundreds, like, literally over a year ago. Yeah, clearly. It's true. I probably did it in, like, I don't know, stream 30 or something in like a 238 stream series. Magma is indefinitely renewable, same with water. Yeah, it just keeps flowing in from the edge of the map. Or rather, spawning in from the edge of the map. Chat detectives, hey, you know, 116 mines are better than my one, like, partially dissolved mine. Mine? Mind. Who does all this crap belong to? Diamond? Can you get this shit? Oh yeah, by the way, Diamond, I forgot to tell you, you became mayor. Because, your spouse passed away. who was the mayor. And when your spouse passed away, you became mayor. Just thought I'd remind you. Just thought I'd notify you of this in case you were unaware. The severity of English insults? I mean, well, it's not necessary that you've misjudged the severity of English insults, but if you call lots of things, like if you're constantly dropping the F word in relation to like talking about your opinion towards something, you do come across as angry. It's not a matter of like misjudging the insults. Like I think you've used them in the right way. You're just making it a lot harder to... You make it a lot harder on yourself, really. What's the best economical building resource? Anything that's indefinitely renewable, so glass or clay. You don't know if someone plays adventure mode that much, but it's a hard limit of weight load on an adventurer. Super Goblin stats. Every fight is more faster with more weight, and you're curious? I don't play enough adventure mode to know. And I also don't generally do combat stuff when I play. Usually when I play adventure mode, I take like non-combat people and run away from fights. Yes, you can because lava and water are both infinite, and that's what you need to make obsidian. You can infinitely make obsidian. But yeah, currently I don't think that there are any heavy adventure mode players in chat. Cooler would know, but Cooler's not here currently. Cooler would know, Pi would probably know. Just so you understand your point of view, a teacher calling his pupils something akin to fucking crotch goblins during his break after a rough day is pretty mild by Russian and Ukrainian language standards. That is like enough that it would get you fired if you're a teacher here. Just for like clarity's sake. If you say that about your students as a teacher here, I would be shocked if you kept your job. You'd be gone like that. Or like at the very least reprimanded and get like a long period of time off. Like if you refer to your pupil as something like that, at that level of like if I were to call my coworker that at a job, I wouldn't have a job anymore. Most likely. Like if I said that to somebody who was a superior to me, I would probably lose my job. Even between adults. Doesn't matter. If you say that about your students in a school, I would be shocked if you kept your job for very long. Cooler, we have an adventure mode question that you might know the answer to. Because you play a lot of adventure mode. Cooler awakens. I've summoned a Cooler. Cooler, by the way, drew all of our lovely emotes and sub badges and channel art and stuff. Speaking of lovely people who I misunderstand all the time, hi Armor, thanks for the 29 months.
Glad I happened upon this stream years ago.
Hey.
Thanks for all the years of streaming.
Well, I don't plan on going away, so hopefully you stick with us. Yeah, same with Australians. But it doesn't matter if your culture is more relaxed. If you're talking at me, I'm somebody from Vancouver, Canada, where language is relaxed in certain industries. Like if you're working in a kitchen and someone says, that's fucking cunt of a customer just like sent this back because it tastes like shit, then yeah, of course. Like you're a bunch of adults working in a kitchen. But we're talking about children here, right? We're talking about children in school. And if you're referring to your children as a bunch of fuckers online, I can't hear your tone of voice. Are you being comedic about stating this? Are you being serious about stating this? Are you, like, how are you speaking? I can't read your tone of voice. I just read the words you're saying. And I generally assume medium to high severity when I see a lot of curse words in a sentence. I attribute that to frustration. I attribute that to anger. I attribute that to annoyance, right? So if you're cursing about kids that you're teaching, I assume you're pissed, hate your job, and they suck, right? Because that's just how it reads. If you use a comedic emote, then I'm more likely to assume that you're joking. But I can't hear your tone of voice, and because I can't hear your tone of voice, if it's littered with curse words, then it's like, I assume the worst because that's the only real logical outcome from that kind of verbiage. Also, it is pelting rain outside. Holy shit. Is that a dead bat? Excuse me? Buzzard. For good riddance. The other thing that we're going to work on is rock. Let's just do obsidian crowns. I've never noticed an FPS impact from having a lot of pumps. It's what Spill It incorrectly says. If you can dig out like a humongously large areas, like this whole area here is like completely dug out, right? But if you remove all support, it'll cave in. There is no structural integrity issues in Dwarf Fort currently. Dwarven engineering is very, very, very efficient. Remember one day a couple of years ago, you were walking back from your hotel at the desk at work, and you were led by, why am I expecting this to end in a dad joke? And you hear, lead the way, mind you, it was back in the office, because I hear the lead say, mind you, this was back in the office, because she's a whore, and all I could think was, glad there weren't any customers or customers' children around when she said that. Yeah, pretty much. Well, there's because floor grates aren't supported by anything. And also drawbridges don't support anything. Well, actually, you can do 2 floor grates. You can do floor grate, as long as there's, like, constructed or floors on either side, but... You know, one of my, I had a fort a while ago, and I can't remember the name of it, but there's footage of it on my YouTube channel, which was my entire defensive structure was... I had there was this huge chasm, this massive river, right? And then around the edge of it, I'd hollowed out like, it was like 5 Z levels of stuff. And I just had one support on the bottom and then one, no support on top. And I would just build a huge floor on top of it and then delete or remove the one thing that was holding it up. And then the enemy army would walk in and I'd pull a lever, cave in the support, and all the floors would just go boom on them and it would kill entire armies in one lever pull. And it was very satisfying. Speed is relative if you move slower for your... Yep. Seems very arbitrary that they don't count. I mean, there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that are just kind of arbitrary. But also, for whatever it's worth, they're considered a furniture item. No furniture items can hold stuff up. So, like, as an example, if I put a support here, right? If I put this support here, right? And then on right above this support, I won't be able to do this, but right above this support, I put this up here, this floor, right? And let's just say I build this floor on top of this support. If I build a statue next to this support, the statue won't hold it up if I remove the support. It'll cave in on the statue. And to me, that's kind of the difference between a floor and a grate. Is one of these things is a building, whereas the other one is just simply a piece of furniture. A grate is a piece of furniture, so naturally a piece of furniture wouldn't hold up a floor. It does seem arbitrary, but eh. Well, remember, you're speaking a language that you don't normally speak, right? If you're speaking Ukrainian or Russian, and in that language, words are very desensitized, totally fair, because it's a different language. If you're speaking English and you're speaking to native English speakers, the way I will use curse words, like, I will use curse words quite frequently, but if I'm speaking about children, you'll never see me using curse words. You speak differently to different types of people, right? If I'm hanging out with a bunch of friends at a bar, yeah, we'll curse a lot. But if I'm talking about my job and I'm referring to children, you'll never hear me curse. You just don't do that. So I don't even know. I don't think it's necessarily like a culture shock. It's just you're speaking a different language. Speak the different language, right? Armor will slow down a character that isn't proficient in wearing it. See, this is why I was like, Cooler, we need somebody who knows what he's talking about. I like Diamond's like translation of curse words into Dwarf Fortress terms. Thank you, Kit Fox Games. Technically, it was on the 17th, but I forgot. The 17th was a busy day, you know? It was on your channel, and then, like, I had Bay 12 on, so it was a busy day, and it just kind of slipped my mind, to be completely honest. Need a red gem. Red tourmalines. I only have one! God damn it. Okay, fire opals it is. More of an orange. And then I also forgot on Sunday, because I did a bonus stream on Sunday. I mean, it just does a really good job of simulating libertarian capitalism. By that I mean you'll have a lot of homeless dwarves that can't afford housing and a couple of dwarves that own everything. Which is, like, kind of unplayable. Also, moods are, like, way worse back then. So it's kind of hilarious, but also kind of sucks. I'm assuming it's Alexandra running the account, so you got to make the rounds through the dwarf memes. I mean, just like, you know, you got to check in. You got to post something in the Gremlin for Mayor stream. Obviously, only 13 days, 18 hours, 26 minutes, and 25 seconds. Oh, also, Kid Fox Games. I made this command today because people keep asking. Because I do not know. Okay, damn. It's been asked like maybe a dozen times so far today. DF showing that unregulated capitalism doesn't work is hilarious. I mean, it's the perfect end result of Dwarf Fortress, is that, well, obviously it simulates capitalism too well. Oh no, my unicorns starved to death. It's a shame. It's okay. We are sorting out the spacing problem for my unicorns. Just having to, like, dig out all of this for them. Bozos is an insult? Question mark? To me, like, bozo is something that you would see in, like, a kind of poorly written, like, 70s mobster drama. I don't think I've ever seen somebody use that as an insult. But then again, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like asking is hoser an insult? And then my response to that would be, I don't know, I'm not Canadian enough to tell. Yeah, but there's a lot of like weirdly specific regional insults, right? Like here where I live right now, if you call somebody buddy, they might deck you, right? Because that is a very like shitty, demeaning term here. But it's like specific to this part of town that I live in. Like not even just like Western Canada, it's like the part of town I live in. You might get hit in the head if you call somebody buddy in a bar. Just because of like the weird cultural like collisions we have here. It's literally like just a really demeaning way of saying you're little and fat. Which is kind of funny. Same with boss. If you call somebody boss, like you'll probably also get decked. So when someone asks me, I was like, is bozo an insult? I don't know, maybe. Buddy, yes. That's so weird. Yep. But it's also why I don't like it when people call me buddy. Stop calling me fat, Cooler. Mean. Sure, but that's a very different word, though. Rolf, the dwarven child, is in a strange mood. Is dude okay? Yeah. What's wrong with dude? Saying what's up to someone you didn't know could get you shot because they thought you wanted to fight you. Yeah, I mean, like I don't know. Regional insults are a strange thing. Damp Stone was located because I'm one tile above a creek. You know what? I'm just gonna let them dig up to the creek. You know what? Screw it. Actually, let's get rid of all this. We'll go the other direction. I mean, isn't that like I don't want to be like a weirdly cautious person, but isn't like swearing at people you don't know generally good advice? Just anywhere? Unless you live in Australia or apparently the, like, ex-Soviet bloc. Or, you know, like, you're in, like, Great Britain and we're talking about, like, British curse words. Oh, for, Steam Awards? When do Steam Awards nominees end? Nominees will be announced on December 22nd, so we have until December 22nd to vote. With voting with the voting on the winners lasting from December 22nd until January 3rd. So right now we're doing nominations. So I've nominated Dwarf Fortress for Labor of Love. Nominations ends on the 22nd, and the winners will be announced between from the 20 and then you can vote on the winning categories between the 22nd and the 3rd. How do you nominate? You go to the Steam page. So this is my profile, but you go to the Steam page and you go to Dwarf, Fort Butts, and then you scroll to this thingy and it asks you what you want to nominate it for, and you click on the thing and then you click nominate. That's it. It's that easy. So literally just go to the page, sign in, nominate it. A Gopnik is like, I think like so ex-Soviet bloc or Soviet gangster, basically. They're like, you know those idiots that just hang out on the side of the road and just kind of drink in public and smoke and just like hang out with their friends and pretend that they're in a rap group that they're not actually in? You know those people? Oh, no. Game Awards are an irrelevant mess that we just meme on. Steam Awards actually matter, though. Definitely. Maybe you can because you're a dev. Yeah, I think that would make you slightly biased. Time to make an alt account. You don't know anyone like that? Someone's never been outside. You should go outside more often, Frog. It's good for you. Sure. I'll DM it to you. Give me 2 seconds. I'll get a couple different sizes. One more. You like your teeth, so you avoid the outside? Fair enough. Yeah, they're just a popularity contest, and there's always some random game that costs $1.50 that's just a bunch of Unity assets that some random YouTuber decides they want to, like, win the Steam Awards, and it wins the Steam Awards. The difference between, like, the Steam Awards and the Game Awards is the Steam Awards are a popularity contest that 30 million people can vote on, whereas the Game Awards is a popularity contest that, like, 500 people vote on. I'm making that number up. I don't know the exact number of people that send in nominees, but it's a much smaller number of people. Also, Diamond posted one. Here, I'll send it to you as well. I recall voting for Dwarf Fortress for the Labor of Love Award last year. And I remember making a thread about it on the subreddit, and everybody was like, yeah, we should do this. And then very quickly it got downvoted into oblivion, and people were like, game's not out yet, you dolt. I'm like, it's out. What are you talking about? I'm playing it right now. You out-of-date kids. Bah. Go play video game. It's already out, I swear. You got to make an I vote. You need to make an I voted sticker except for Gremlin for Mayor. Okay, hold on a second. So Gremlin for Mayor stream needs a like video of how to vote for Dwarf Fort, like nominate Dwarf Fortress to elect Gremlin for Mayor. Like this is how we're publicly voting to make Gremlin Mayor. Is by nominating Dwarf Fortress for you know, Labor of Love Award. Everything to forward the Gremlin campaign. What is this kid here making? Grabbing a lot of stuff. It's all coming together. Excellent. All according to plan. Gotta be honest though, I'm kind of sad I'm gonna miss the Kid Fox stream this week, because I will be streaming. Speaking of things to miss, so when are we gonna get a launch day trailer for Dwarf Fort? Because like, you know, we have like the release date announcement trailer, but that's not really gonna cut it. On launch day? Oh really? You're not gonna do it like 3 days before? Okay. It'll be Sal Ford Sal this week. It should be an I voted sticker, except around the edge it just has the the full detail of like what they voted on. This is a masterpiece. This is a masterpiece quality I voted sticker. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is made out of polyester and whatever the fuck glue is made out of. It has red food. It has red dye, white dye, and green dye. Trying to make all sorts of wild things. I mean, you know, like if you sent me a copy of the game, it would be very easy for me to make some wild things happen. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you want like mass slaughterings of dwarves, gotcha. Cushion Price, Opal Cabochons, Rough Swords, Maple Logs, Raw Green Glass, Square Brilliant Cut, Bone Opals. And Price Opals, Zinc Bars, Stray Unicorn Bone. That's a lot of things for a craft store shop. Good luck, kiddo. Make us something cool. Unless you get physically hurt. Stubbing your toe is a very good reason to scream fuck very loudly. For whatever it's worth. Perfectly legitimate reason to scream fuck really loudly. Hey, blind is also allowed to hedge its bets, though. All right, so we're going to open up this side gate. Freeways!
2060th.
2060th months. Thank you very much for the 2060th months. It's a lot of months. Means a lot, man. Round of beers and yada yada. In reality, though, both of my sisters don't realize it yet, but they're both getting Dwarf Fortress for Christmas. To be fair, my older sister does have it's like 1,700 hours in RimWorld or something. As well as like a couple thousand hours in The Sims 2. So she'll like it. It's fine. I voted sticker. You know, I'm not gonna say that it would be a really good piece of Dwarf Fortress merch, but if you could have a I voted for Dwarf Fortress for Game of the Decade sticker, I'd buy that merch right now. Maybe this is my opportunity to cash in. I need to open up a sticker shop somewhere. Sell stickers. Rolf, the Dwarven Child, has created Numal Lirush. A unicorn bone shield. Okay, that's pretty badass. That's pretty badass. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kobe. Eagle mirrored. Rest in peace, Kobe. I'm assuming Kobe is like, it's your marital grandfather. Oh, that's kind of cool. Kobe passed away a while ago. But, yeah, this is adorable. Kiddo here donated artifact, or dedicated artifact to Grandpa. It's worth 62,160. This is a unicorn bone shield. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette cut praise opals and encircled with bands of zinc. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of praise opal and praise opal and maple, and menaces with spikes of sard. On the item is an image of sweet pods in unicorn bone. On the item is an image of Logum Channel Swelter, the dwarf in unicorn bone. On the item is an image. On the item is an image of Logum Channel Swelter, the dwarf in bone. Opal. On the item is an image of an oval cut gem in green glass. I read the name of that dwarf twice. I'm sorry, but not a bad little artifact, and it's a shield nonetheless. It kind of does sound amazing, but in practicality, I kind of doubt that. Pedestal. Rock. Let's make 3. Does the mayor want anything? Yes, figurines. Okay, well, we're probably just gonna make those out of those crafts. You're thinking new fort gimmicks based on nut orchards and making a gift shop bar. Okay. Sells nut roasts and wine. Specific food types are complicated as hell because you have to, like, assign specific, have specific stockpiles for specific ingredients linked to specific shops, but you can certainly do it. You found a dwarf bone weapon rack in Legends mode and it was made by a dwarf. Could that be a bug? Do you want to know about how fell moods work? Because that sounds like a fell mood. When a dwarf gets like super duper 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 beyond stressed, they can go into a strange mood just like that kid did, except instead of it being them grabbing a bunch of items and making an artifact, they walk out into public, stab a dwarf to death, and then carry their corpse to a butcher shop and to make them into a piece of furniture or the like. They used to be quite common, but they've gotten a lot rarer as stress has been rebalanced. Usually what ends up happening, though, is the dwarf that makes the artifact either gets beaten to death by the dwarven population or gets thrown into prison for a very long period of time. Or they're a goblin. Or it's a dwarf that's a goblin. So it's either a fell mood, so an extraordinarily stressed dwarf that went through something horrible, just kind of giving up on life and murdering somebody and making an artifact. Or, if not that, then it's a... what's the word? Then it's a dwarf that was part of a goblin civ. Same civ as your fort? Okay, so if it's the same civ as your fort, then it's I guarantee you, guarantee you that it's a fell mood. But yeah, it's something that people don't generally do that. People are asking me about clips in specific videos that I've uploaded, so I'm just searching for it. Hey, Deep, what's up? How's things? You know, now I'm sitting here and I'm thinking I should make a short or something saying that you should vote for Dwarf Fortress as Labor of Love Award. But what's the date now? We're just about to hit fall. How about myself? I'm pretty good. Yeah, today's been good so far. I'm kind of making today an unofficial celebration of, hey guys, I've been streaming for 9 years. Who actually gives a shit? Guys, I'm old. That's actually what today's about. Yeah, no, I've been streaming for 9 years as of the 17th of this month, and I kind of forgot. Does someone want to post on the subreddit for Sweet Karma? What, post on the, to vote for Labor of Love? I almost think it would be better to post on the day it releases. Which is probably what I'm going to do. But, I mean, people could do it twice. Chat, somebody post a screenshot of you voting for Labor of Love for Dwarf Fortress and put that on the subreddit. Also, there's our tribute stone. But yeah, plan for today for stream is we're gonna do a chunk of this fort. We're gonna do a chunk of, well, they spawned on the opposite side that they normally do. Oh, is the gate shut? I think the gate might be shut. The way is in fact shut. Help. I will be back in a second. I'm going to go use the restroom. But yeah, I'm going to be streaming a bunch of this fort, streaming a bunch of the other fort, and then maybe Zero Sievert in the evening. That's the plan for the day. You're making a sticker bored at work? Well, considering the last time you were bored at work, you animated Dwarf Fortress art. You being bored at work seems very productive. You wouldn't have much of a feast left. The dwarf would eat it all, I think. You nominated for Labor of Love. Damn right! Never has there been a game more deserving of that. Well, actually, I don't know. I think Terraria's probably won it twice. Maybe 3 times. But as a Canadian, Thanksgiving was in October? I'll have you know. Thanksgiving is over. October 11th wasn't real. This is one of those moments where I want to go like look at a calendar, and every single instance of the calendar is just like, oh, the calendar doesn't exist. And it's like you go look at the calendar and just be like, yeah, there is no 11th of October. 11th of October just doesn't exist on the calendar. It's like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. You don't think you've seen this shallow caverns before in your current fort? The first cavern layer is 5Z. I've had them like as low as like the first stone layer, I think is the shallowest one I've ever seen. So like I dug through like, it was like sand, dug through dirt, dug through clay, caverns. The post is on Reddit. Linkery in chat, please. Seems like there's probably like 50 posts to Reddit now. This is what happens when you tell chat to do it. Let's see which one gets deleted. I'll upvote them both. Get on it, Clino. Good luck. 10th of October is followed by 12th of October. Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, everybody just falls asleep on the 11th of October. You got a dip, but thanks for enduring the dumb questions of a noob. Ah, it's fine. Oh, there's only one post? Okay. That's good. Two people linked to the same post. I thought it was 2 different posts initially when I... But I'm going to screenshot these for Stone because I don't know if Stone is looking at the screen at this exact moment. Ellie Opals, though. Shoutouts. Serrated bronze disc. Also shoutouts. Oh, you are here? Okay. So if you got it, let me know when you want me to scroll. You're done grading one of the variants and you're officially telling you that this will make you depressed. You've been a teacher's pet and you getting 80 out of 100 is a tragedy and you can't just grade something 30 out of 100 and not become extremely sad. I understand. I was never I was kind of a C's to a B- student. So I was always like a 60 out of 100 kind of guy. So seems pretty accurate to me. But let's scroll. Really, Opal. Oh boy. Oh boy. We've actually like surpassed 2 pages. And what is an F then? It's a letter in an alphabet. Okay, hold on. Only Opal. Okay. Let me know when you want me to scroll even further. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure F is a 40. But also, I haven't, like, done school since, like, 2008. So it's been a while. It's a long one. Oh, my wordle. But yeah, no, I should make some sort of, like, YouTube short or something saying vote for Dwarf Fortress as labor of love. I should do that. Schedule something for launch day. 1 yellow sand. 1 unit of yellow sand. Just 1 grain. I'm pretty sure it's like a kilogram or something. It's like a bag of sand. So when it says 1 sand, it'll be sand in a bag. It's not just like a single grain of sand. Let me know when you got it, Stone, and then I'll scroll to the rest. And then that's the last few. So it's like copper pick, 25 iron bolts, 1 emu parchment sheet, and 5 goat cheese. Things ain't responded. Do you want me to do it for you, Stone? Screenshot everything? Because I could do it that way, if that's easier. Put that jelly opal up there at the top. There you go. There we go. Most of this is cleared out. Then we can make more obsidian. In university, F is anything less than 60? Interesting. I've also never been to university, so I know, like, nothing about that. Yeah, I think you did get beaten to it just slightly, Apoc. But regardless, it's good to have threads. Also, nice flare, Rickelbird. Vote! But this seems to be the one that we're going to be upvoting. Lots of people here right now, too, which is good. You know? Definitely the sweet karma. The sweetest of karma. Internet points that don't matter. The best kind of internet points. You know, honestly, in regards to this tweet, I feel this because honestly, if Dwarf Fortress wasn't releasing in 14 days, 13 days now probably, I probably would have suspended my own Twitter account because of how pissed off I am at Twitter right now. Nix, thanks for gifting a sub to Net. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Happy Twitch day. It's a happy day on Twitch, that's for sure. Hope you're doing well, Nix. The lurketiest of mods. Best 40 or the finals grade? Huh. For fine non-buddy gaming companion. You don't happen to live in the exact part of town I do. I'm sure you don't need to say non-buddy. So a buzzard attacked Poimu, and Poimu says, "A battle rages, I feel no terror." Tries to punch it and misses. Grabs the buzzard by the left leg with his left hand. The buzzard scratches at the child in the right eyelid with his first toe, but the attack glances away. The dwarven child scratches the buzzard back in the lower leg, tearing the muscle. The force pulls the right knee, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. And tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been torn, and the child releases the grip of the dwarven child's left hand on the buzzard's left lower leg. Good fighting, Poimu. All right, so this is closed. That's forbidden still. Let's dump some lava onto this, shall we? I mean, I would argue that there's a couple of games that deserve labor of love, but Dwarf Fortress is definitely an easy one to point at as one of the ones that definitely deserves it. It's one of those kind of tricky awards where it's like, it could go to any number of people, right? Like, it really could. You know, like there's an argument to be made for a lot of games on that award. It's one of those awards that's like, it's kind of tricky to just be like, yes, this one game should have it. Because it's like, well, I mean, any of these games could have it. And there's a lot of different games that could have it. God, that fills up so quickly. Set that as forbidden. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Assuming somebody's going to come up here any moment and pull that lever. Not soon enough. Here comes Dwarf to pull the lever. You pull that lever. Then I'm going to get you to go over here and pull this lever. But how goes the lurks, Nix? How's things been? I hope you've been well. Need another dwarf to run over here and pull that lever. There you go. Pull it. Let the lava fall. Whee! Look at that. Some good looking lava fall right there. There was some clothing in there which got torched pretty quick. These dwarves up here, they keep doing their thing. But yeah, I'm at this point with social media where it's like, I'm just so fed up with Twitter that if it wasn't a really, if it didn't also happen to be a really, really, really good way to just promote a Mastodon instance, I would have probably suspended my own Twitter account by now, or like deactivated it or whatever, which is quite easy to do. You know, it's really nice when people send me emails about like opportunities. But my God, this is painful to read. I'm part of this company's marketing team. We love your gaming content and channel and want to invite you personally to take part of our redacted, so you guys don't Google it and figure out what it is, gaming competition where the winner can become Canada's gaming brand ambassador for brand, and a contract worth $10,000 Canadian. Not only that, but every competitor gets a free 6-month Game Pass subscription. Woo! And a chance to win up to 10 exciting prizes. No. If you want to work with me, work with me. Don't ask me to, like, join into some random tournament. No, thank you. Oh? What's O? That sounds rad? No, not really. It's rad until you get like 4 of these a week. And you learn really quickly that they're all just like mass spammed out to 1,000 people. It's not Dwarf Fortress, no. At a glance, it's definitely a Battle Royale game. Saw a post on Mastodon the other day. It's Twitter. Where do I go to find people's Mastodon? Yes, that's pretty much. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Did they not send wagons? I was gonna say, where the fuck are the wagons? There's the wagons. There's a wagon. We should host a DF tournament, right? I mean, I want to try and assuming enough people pick the game up and play it, I want to just try and get a hot potato variant for Dwarf Fortress, which is happening tomorrow, by the way. The Hot Potato Charity Marathon. 30-something streamers, 5 days, all RimWorld. Last year we did just under 90,000 for Doctors Without Borders. Let's do 100,000 this year. I'd like to. People are going to a social media named Koo. K-O-O. Cool. Is it a good social media platform? It certainly sounds better than Hive or whatever the fuck. Which, by the way, I just want to state to any like young entrepreneurs in my chat, if you're thinking about making your very own social media platform and you launch with only a mobile app, I don't give a shit about your platform. We actually thought about trying to do something like that last year, but we just couldn't find enough people who actively knew how to play Dwarf Fortress who also streamed. So we gave up. How do we compete? Well, I mean, we came up with a tournament idea for Dwarf Fortress already, actually. And what the idea was is everybody would play on the same world, and it would be an adventure mode race. And you have to pick up an item at one end of the world, starting from a particular fortress, go to a particular player-created crafted fortress, go through a bunch of, like, challenges and bullshit to get through the fortress, pick up a item in that fortress, and then carry it to a bunch of different locations throughout the world, and we would generate you a really long world. So instead of it being wide and square, it would just be a really, really, really long world, and you'd play as an adventurer, and you'd have to go through like 5 or 6 different fortresses with pre-designated challenges and things that you had to kill in there. Like, go to this fortress and kill this creature. Go to this fortress and do this thing. Go to this fortress and do that thing, all while carrying an item from one end of the world to the other, kind of like a relay race, but with one player. That was the idea that we had previously for a DF-related tournament. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's rumors and such. What requests do you have of our merchants? Metal. How do you set hotkeys to follow dwarves? Hotkeys? I don't know. But, just select a dwarf with V and then hit F. For follow. And they say, farewell, Diamond. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But yeah, if you want to follow a dwarf, just hit V and select them, and then hit F. No, no, totally. But that's the thing, like, and that's why, like, I can't do stuff right now with Dwarf Fort is because it doesn't like there isn't the like young Zoomer player base of live streamers who are willing to compete for a thing. So this is kind of funny. I just Stoned Hobo on my Discord just posted an email that he just got from Steam. The Steam summer sale has begun. Guys, it's not summer. Which is very amusing to me. All right, let's trade. I have so much old clothing to sell, I think. As well as those random blood barrels. Are we still going to get barrels of blood in premium, or is that fixed yet? That, or can we please do something with blood? Because this is silly. On Steam, USA. Hey guys, what's up? It's not summer anywhere on this planet. You know, you're actually right. It's spring or fall. Yeah, it would be spring. Like in South America, it's spring. Australia, it's spring. Unless you want to say, like, right on the equator, it's summer, but then it's still technically not summer. Like, it's always summer in Los Angeles, even though it's not technically summer. Yeah, I think I just want blood to be cookable, but there's no way for dwarves to produce blood. Which is okay, actually, there's plenty of ways for dwarves to produce blood. There's no way for dwarves to harvest blood. Unless, like, it's something that we'd get out of a butcher shop, at which point then butchering would require a barrel or a bucket, I would assume. So it would add a required material for butchery, because you'd need something to siphon the blood into. That is a sentence. So aside from, like, needing to complicate the act of butchering in Dwarf Fortress, yeah, that could be kind of neat. Yeah, exactly. Like, butchers would need barrels. But I do kind of love the fact that they don't bring in specific liquids. They just bring random liquid in random container. Which I'm pretty sure is just how the behind-the-scenes part of it works. No liquefy animal? Well, liquefy animal would be very, very, very Breaking Bad of us. We'll need, like, lots of acid so that we can put a corpse into a bathtub and melt it through the floor. by watching the barrel stash. You know, I feel like it's not just the act of drinking blood that vampires crave. I think it's the act of drinking blood directly from a source, you know? Like, what's better? Drinking a fizzy beverage straight out of the sealed container so that it's nice and fizzy, or drinking a fizzy beverage that's been sitting in a bowl on the counter for 3 weeks that's just like flat and has no fizzy left. I have a feeling it's something like that, where like the vampire's not gonna go, like if that's all that the vampire has access to, sure, vampire will go drink blood out of barrel. But if there's plenty of living dwarves, why would vampire drink blood out of barrel when there's plenty of living dwarves there? Exactly, you want the fresh blood instead of the stale blood. Precisely. Like, did anybody ever, I think, The Daybreak? Shit, what was the name of that movie? It was a movie I saw ages ago that was like, it was like vampires had taken over and like the few living humans left just donated their blood like cattle. Fuck, what was the name of that movie? Breaking Dawn? I don't know. I'd need to Google it. But anyway, there's like a whole like subplot where there's this one vampire who like gets like gunned down by cops because he keeps on like breaking in to like get fresh blood instead of having the like blood shipped out in blood bags. I mean, a vegetarian vampire is like saying like vegetarian barbecue. It's an oxymoron. Daybreakers, that was it. That sounds right. Let me Google this and make sure that that's right. Daybreakers. 2009, Daybreakers. Yes, this seems right. Yes, this seems like the movie that I'm thinking of. It was an okay movie. It wasn't good. It was okay. Ironically, though, this movie took place in 2019. In 2019, a plague transformed almost every human into vampires. Uh-huh. Maybe I should rewatch that movie. That movie was awful, but maybe I should rewatch it. You liked the premise? It is a good premise. I'm also going to sell all these altars that I've just been accruing. It was awful. You liked it? My favorite part about that movie was the cars, because they're just like inside of a car because they can't see the sun or they will just turn to dust. All of the windows in the cars are screens with night vision cameras. So it's just like, he's just like sitting in the car and there's just like these wire frames of like what's outside of his car while he's driving. I love the fact that you're referring to good vampires in Twilight as if Twilight is something I should take seriously when it comes to vampire lore. As if. Sounds like CDDA Deathmobile. I mean, it sounds like a lot of things. Your favorite vampire movie is Underworld? I mean, yeah, Underworld's good. Lots of people in tight pants in that movie. I should rewatch Blade. I wonder if Blade ages well. Sounds like a Tesla. You know, when I was over... Actually, I can talk about this now. When I was in Las Vegas, I got to hang out with one of my teammates, Jess. And when we went to Fire Valley one of the days, which is just, like, you can Google it. It's a national park in Nevada with really cool-looking rocks and a lot of desert. When we were driving out, like, sun had gone down, pitch fucking black. No light sources anywhere except for like the headlights of the car. And we had this, like, my moderator Hobo's Tesla on auto drive. And we were just auto driving along like these really windy, middle of nowhere, bumpy roads. One of the sketchiest but also most fascinating of like sci-fi-ish things I think I've ever done. It's just like driving in these little windy desert roads that are like all over the place and up and down with like drops on the side and whatnot. And the car is just like driving itself. It's just the final effects are a bit clunky. It's just live action movies just become cartoons if the special effects get dated. But like as an adult, I don't think I've seen Blade. I watched Blade a couple of times when I was a little kid, and it was like this cool action movie, and I I just sit here and I kind of go, I wonder how well that movie ages. I don't believe so, Renbird. But I also don't drive and can't drive, so. Yes, and they got married. I was the first person to tell them congrats that wasn't, like, a relative of theirs. What, The Last Starfighter, Mad Max? I mean, it's kind of like anything with super practical effects ages super well. Too much I need to buy. Let's just buy some random meats for some meat variety. Speaking of things that don't age well, I've been rewatching Hell's Kitchen. Just because I just had this weird fascination of, like, I remember that show being, like, kind of intense, and I was like, I wonder if this is any good, because it's all just on YouTube, right? Went and just looked it up and started watching it. I'm like, this show ages horrendously. Like, there's better quality shit on YouTube, but at the same time, it's still weirdly compelling. John Carpenter's The Thing is one of the best movies ever made. The remake that they did with a bunch of CG was terrible. District 9 ages really well. Although the last time I rewatched District 9 was when we rewatched it for a certain podcast that is now on permanent hiatus. That seems like a pretty good way to go, Renbird. Also, investments are open for those of you who care. And for anybody who doesn't, it's just an in-chat minigame that doesn't actually have much value. So you have to type an exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, and then you can wager any number that you want. It's a good number of hours. I mean, I'm just going to flex with my hours that are an unfair advantage. You know, that's fine. Let them do that, Armor. I'm in this stream a lot. Trying to unpack that sentence, Coco. I'm in this stream a lot. This is my channel, so it would be weird if anybody else was in this stream. Unless you're stating that I stream this a lot, which yes, that is true. How do I find this stream to watch? How do I find the time to watch this stream for a whole 15K hours? Oh, if only you knew. Ironically, though, I think my mom probably has more hours in this stream than most of you. I haven't seen all... I'm pretty sure I've only seen the first Blade. Where did that... there it is. Numalirush! If you try really hard, you can be here more than me. Does she watch me all the time? No, but she does. So my mom works during the day, and when she wakes up, she turns on my Twitch channel and leaves it running. She says that she likes knowing when I'm streaming because she can like confirm that I'm not dead. It's kind of funny. It's just like my job allows my mom to be a voyeurist on my life. But yeah, she's usually AFK, but yes, she does lurk most days. That's actually not totally true, Smithied, because like I started streaming 9 years ago, right? I made that particular bot halfway through 2015. So there was a couple of years before that. What's up, Issues? Although one of my goals for years has been to get more Twitter followers than my mom. Because she has like 5,000 followers on Twitter. And I've... So I'm starting to wonder if that'll ever happen. Generally, that's the point of them, though. Aqua. Hey, Donna Minstrel, thanks. They used to have a use, yeah. Thought Twitter was only for politicians. Indie game dev Twitter and streamer Twitter is a very real thing. Twitter has like different subcategories for different groups of people, and certain communities bought onto it really heavily. Streamer Twitter is or I guess was, a really, really big part of doing this job. Like if you work in the influencer market or the content creation or as a journalist, if you weren't on Twitter, it's kind of like working in tech and not being on LinkedIn. It's like, how do you get jobs? So also like, you know, a lot of people throw out things like, how do you find all these games? Like, especially on my YouTube channel, I'll like upload random videos of like little free projects on itch. Vast majority of that is from Twitter hashtags. Like, vast majority of my like super niche indie game discovery stuff comes from Twitter hashtags. Just like scrolling through hashtags. That and just like staring at itch, which also is quite efficient. Staring at itch is also a good way to find stuff, but it's easier through Twitter because often stuff shows up on Twitter before it shows up on itch. Like, as an example, like, this little video game, Path of Akra, like, I found this through Twitter, so. I mean, I wouldn't put YouTube in the same camp as those. YouTube is different than, like, the short form microblogging social media platforms are different from content platforms like YouTube and Twitch. No, it won't, Dat Calthor, because no save files will be. But scrolling up here because I feel like I'm missing stuff. Anyway, all I gotta say is if you want to follow me on a social media platform, put your big brain on, figure out how Mastodon works, and follow me there, because I think every other possible Twitter replacement is going to have the same problems that Twitter has, which is that it's centralized and kind of like shitty when one person holds the keys to everything, or one company holds the keys to everything. Not a fan of that. I prefer old internet where users have control. I mean, I would honestly say the world would be better without Twitter. Do I suggest a server for it? No, because currently I'm just on a relatively public one. I just literally went and found the one that I saw the most streamers jumping on and jumped on that one, but I might be swapping to a different one soon-ish. But currently I'm just on mass.to. Pick a small one that isn't super busy, yeah. And the one I'm on is pretty busy. Literally just go scroll until you find one that, like, fits your interests. And then join that one. I've thought about moving to content.town, but that's just because it's a bunch of tech guys that I follow run it. Hey, Listless Onion, what's up? Subject to the whims of capitalists. I mean, so is Mastodon, but nothing's safe. But at the very least, it's like you have more control. And I also really like the idea of being able to just download all of your data and move it to a different platform. Like, imagine a world where you could just, like, take all of your followers and Twitter data and move it to a different platform. What are you collecting? They're weaving thread into cloth, but where are they acquiring thread from? Oh, right, yeah. The wagon that broke a while ago. Stuff is all so old. Most of this shit can just be dumped anyway. Try to service like that, Dysphoria? That sounds vaguely familiar. You made a sticker. That's fantastic. I have a question. What's this dwarf drinking and why is it green? That's my question. Why is it green? But I do like it, though. That's fantastic. You thought it was the horn that was green? It's definitely not a horn. I mean, it's definitely like a goblet. Alright, so I can close the bridge. Green tea? Oh, definitely tea, yes. Mm-hmm. So now we just wait for a dwarf to show up. You want to know what one of my favorite things about Mastodon is? Dawn of Minstrel? Is anything with an RSS feed can be picked up by your Mastodon client. And you can just be like, yo, I want to follow a bunch of people on Mastodon and also Grumpy Gamer's blog. It's kind of fantastic. Just saying. Just saying. There's a lot of neat uses for it. The only real annoyance is a lot of streamers are a bunch of Zoomers and are like allergic to things that look and feel like old internet. You could business and shit post from the same client. Damn right. Or Firebird. Psycho. And here you were thinking that you were the only guy left using RSS. I listen to podcasts, and I get all my podcasts through an RSS feed grabber because I refuse to use like Spotify for podcasts. So like I go find the RSS feed on the distribution site and then just put the so like I use an RSS feed getter on my phone to you know, acquire those, and I also get pings from certain blogs and stuff when they update via RSS. I mean, like, you know, honestly, when it comes to things like old internet, just assume that most people in this chat are on the same page. Not saying that we're all old or anything, but I'm pretty sure we all, like, reminisce and miss the old internet in a lot of ways. Feedly? Yeah, that's a good one. I use RSS Republic, which is just an Android app. And then on PC, I guess now I'm using Mastodon. You really miss hanging on IRC? Honestly, for me, Discord kind of replaced that old feel. Tygo used to be rich. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Congratulations on Tygo, who used to be rich. I mean, we were talking earlier today that, like, Usenet still exists, and not only does Usenet still exist, but you can still post on Usenet, and it's still growing. People never stopped using Usenet. You could just go back to using Usenet if you want. I remember, like, up until recently, Bellinaire used to run all of his Twitch chat stuff through an IRC client. I don't think Twitch has that functionality anymore. I'm pretty sure they killed it relatively recently-ish. Bit of a shame, really, but... Oh, really? Nobody claimed first today? Wow. That's got to be a new record of, like, time until somebody claimed first. Normally it's like Stone or Bastet that grab it, but I guess neither of them grabbed it. And then nobody else did, so nobody thought about it. I didn't even think about it. DF still has an official channel on Espernet? Really? I mean, of course Dwarf Fortress would. Your whole IRC friend channel moved to Discord in just 2 days. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be really blunt with you, chat room. I'm really, really glad that Elon Musk bought Twitter and not Discord. Because if he bought Discord, I don't actually know what I would do. But like, so I guess I shouldn't say that too loudly.
Poor pleb sub activate XD.
Sub's a sub. There's no pleb sub. What you talking about? Thank you very much for that second month of Prime. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the ad-free viewing. Cheers, friend. Back to TeamSpeak? I guess so, yeah. Sure, but they're all shit in regards to Discord alternatives. You know, I, up until recently, watched a stream that, well, not recently. Up until about 2019, I watched a stream that their entire community was based around a TeamSpeak server. Solely due to the fact that the guy that made that stream didn't know that Discord was a thing and refused to install it. He just, like, didn't know that Discord was a thing and just, like, didn't care. I think eventually he moved to Discord, but... Also, saying that there's plenty of Discord alternatives is like saying that there's plenty of Twitter alternatives. It's like, yeah, technically. Question is, can you convince anybody to use them? That's the better question. It's like, of course there's plenty of alternatives. Can you convince anyone to use any of them? Because that I don't know about. I really liked Ventrilo. I didn't like Mumble. Ventrilo was just like light TeamSpeak. It was like TeamSpeak, but like minus the bloat. Yeah, you need to host a server. Mumble, I can't. Did you need to host a server for Mumble? I never used Mumble. So. You did? Okay. And then there was also Raid Call. I remember Raid Call. And there was another one that I remember seeing a booth for at PAX East. And I don't know if it ever even launched. It was called like Over something. It was like Overcrowd, I think. I too miss Ventrilo, yeah. I had a very active Ventrilo server for a while with like 150 slots on it. Good times. And it's like TeamSpeak. I remember it being TeamSpeak, but I remember, like, cause I used it, but not actively and never ran a server for it. I remember it being like TeamSpeak, except looking like modern internet, which means you're never going to get the old internet audience, and it didn't have as much mass appeal as Discord. I mean, isn't that like the case for every single social media platform, wave depletion? It's like, oh, if only they didn't do data harvesting. Unfortunately, it's profitable. We just need to make data not profitable or illegal to sell. And then everybody will suddenly stop doing data harvesting, like overnight. Okay, so every single like relevant social media platform, basically. Every single mainstream relevant social media platform does data harvesting. You know, it's funny. A couple times a week, we see these on the Dwarf Fortress, like, Steam database. It's like, user tags. Tags only switched places, hidden to reduce noise. They keep hiding tags. I want to know what tags they keep hiding. It's like, what tags get added? And why do you keep removing the Vote Gremlin tag? God damn it. Like, we're not trolls. We just want you to vote Gremlin. It's you pushing Gremlin from air, just adding Gremlin from air every day. Would people use a paid social media? I'll put it this way, Listless. I used to pay monthly, it was like $14 a month, to host my Ventrilo server. So I used to pay to host a Ventrilo server. Now here's the thing, right? I don't think it would be financially viable for Discord to be like, hey, we're going to stop all data harvesting. It just straight up wouldn't be. But if they turned around one day and were like, hey, if you give us $15 a month or $30 a month or whatever, and we will stop doing any data harvesting on your server, that'd be cool. But they won't do that. But yes, I already do pay for Discord. I pay $99 a year to Discord for Discord Nitro to be able to have bigger files that I can send because I use that on a pretty frequent basis. And also to, have the other perks that come from Nitro. So yes, I already do pay for Discord. Would I pay for Twitter? No. If it's a good service that's useful, yes, I will pay for it. And also, like, Discord has subscriptions now, which I think I don't have access to yet because I think that they're partner only still. Pretty sure they are. And I'm not a Discord partner anymore, sad face. But if you have Discord partner, which ironically, I just need the activity requirements. One of my favorite things actually about my Discord server is currently my Discord server is not viable or allowed to have Discord partner because of this room called food porn. I have a room called food porn. Because of that, I'm not allowed. I do not qualify for Discord partner because I have rude words. That's the name of one of my rooms, which is very funny to me. Food porn's rude, guys. I don't think it... Well, here's the thing. It wouldn't be logical to pay for everybody to have an account. Be free to have an account. It would be paid to host a server. Right? Like, if you had to pay a third-party server hosting service to have an account or to have a Discord server, that would make sense. But, like... And that's just like Mastodon, right? You have to pay somebody or host a server somewhere, which is literally paying for social media if you're paying a server hosting service. What am I using the obsidian blocks for? I haven't decided yet. Only 3? Casual, Gus. Right, so now we can remove all this. Yeah, but I don't care about social media like Twitter or Facebook. I use Twitter because I have to for work and would like to stop. Yes, you can make clay bricks, but you need clay. I don't have clay in this map. I mean, technically I'm watching 7 streams right now. 2 of them are people in my team. Although I'm not actually watching any of them. They're just in separate tabs. Gotta support your friends, man. Nope. Winter is upon us. I mean, on an average day, I'll usually have anywhere from 3 to 10 streams up, if there's a lot of people on. But I'll usually only have 1 or 2 of them unmuted. Usually. Sometimes I'll also be watching a YouTube video. Good Canadian internet. I'm paying for that good Canadian internet. His scrubs, so now down to just 2. Sad face. Why is it scrubbed? Weather? Or is it because their boss put too many sinks inside of the rocket and they can't get off the ground? Weather? Gotcha. Can you inject names into a custom name list that any race can spawn with? Yes. But you have to do that before you generate your world. There's like just straight up a list of names in the game. I don't know what that'll look like in premium, but currently there is a folder that's, I think, just like something names. You can just add to that if you want. Same with words. Like, you can just add more words to the Dwarven language pretty easily. There's actually a tool that randomly generates the Dwarven language if you want to have randomly generated Dwarven words. I think I've watched a total of 1 SpaceX launch, and I didn't watch it live. I watched the one, the first test that they did when they fired off the rocket, and then the 2 boosters came back down and landed. That was, I think, the only time I've watched a rocket launch from SpaceX. I'm not that big of a space nut. I prefer looking at pictures. Like if like Hubble Space Telescope or something releases new pictures of galaxies, I will look at that immediately and Google that. But when it comes to actual rocket launches, they just kind of make me mad. Just because it's like so much resources getting wasted. But you know. No, I also that just makes me even more angry, Psycho. You prefer playing Kerbal? I mean I never got into Kerbal, but I probably would prefer playing Kerbal if I played Kerbal. An unexciting life. I think I should lock these doors in the tavern for a bit. Mostly because I'm very, very irritated by Starlink. And I'm one of those people who I go out into nature and I look up at the stars and I see a bajillion satellites and I just get really mad. It's like space pollution is something that irritates the fuck out of me. It's like we should be trying to get to the moon for sure, but we need to cool it with the satellites. We need to figure out a way to bring satellites back. I think I'm just going to get progressively more and more and more irritated when it comes to sky pollution. Which, you know, there's only so much we can do, but... And it is something we need to do, but doesn't change the fact that it bothers me. The heck did those purple... Oh, they're there. Duh. I mean, that's cool. Psycho. Dwarf Fortress first. One big game at a time. Major AFK. I have no idea what you're referring to, Armor. Or, you know, the internet forgets quickly. So games do something shitty and then people forget, like, immediately. Seems like the vote for Dwarf Fortress thread on Reddit seems to be doing quite well. What's up, Wazo? Like Pokemon? I don't know anything about Pokemon. To the point where, like, a new Pokemon game came out, and I didn't even realize it was a new game. Until everybody was like, there's a new Pokemon! I'm like, this just looks like the like, is this not Arceus? Nope, this is something new. Okay. They cram those games out faster than, like, some Unity asset flippers cram games out. And they all look like trash, but, you know, I digress. Did Dwarf Fortress get a major graphics update? No, but it is getting a major graphics update, which is releasing in 13 days, 16 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. It has more bugs than the last one. For Pokemon, got it. But, yeah, Dwarf Fortress is going to go from looking, well, not like this. This is a tile set. But Dwarf Fortress is going to go from looking like this, all right, like this, to this. Well, actually, this isn't working. There you go. Like this. This is what Dwarf Fortress is going to look like. That's very kobold of you, Lazo. I think you accidentally literally just spoke in Kobold in my chat. Hey, Sniper, what's up? Also, one of my favorite outcomes of Dwarf Fortress coming out on Steam is the Dwarf Fortress wiki got a new logo and is officially sponsored by KitFox Games. And the Dwarf Fortress wiki is now ad-free because it's sponsored by KitFox Games. So if you now go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki, you will not get any ads. Not that I ever did, because they were really easy to block. But you don't need to feel bad about blocking ads on the Dwarf Fortress wiki because it's sponsored by KitFox. Which more game studios should do. More publishers should sponsor fan wikis. Because fandom sucks. And hosting a wiki ain't free. Also, hey, little son. Also, another thing, if you've missed them somehow, like if you didn't know that Dwarf Fortress was coming out on Steam, you may also not know that there are many videos on my YouTube channel that are like hour-plus long discussions with Zach and Tarn about Dwarf Fortress. So if you're like, man, I'd really like to hear the people who made this game talk about this game. You can do that, turns out. Podcast material? What? You went to the SLS launch. Have you all seen the pics of the Orion capsule? And there's that launch in lunar orbit? Nope. No interest. 50 episodes long? No. Will I do some basic tutorials? Absolutely. Will I redo my whole quick tips series where I talk about like very short, simple, quick, easy mechanics that people forget how to do, like how to make a drawbridge into a door kind of thing? Yes, I will be doing those. Tuesday, Wednesdays, Thursdays is when you can always consistently see me, Sniper. It was really good. It means a lot, Deep. But yeah, I'm not like a massive 50-part tutorial person. It's not the kind of content I make. But I will definitely be doing some tutorials. 50-part might be a bit overdoing it, though. Turn the heat up in here a little bit. It's cold. It was pelting rain outside this morning, and now it's like slushing. There's like noticeable snowflakes in that rain, which is like the worst kind of weather when it's like not quite snowing but not raining anymore. It's like, oh god. Exclamation point key. We've made a command for this. Deep. And that is still true. In a craft store shop, we can make rock mugs, yes. Which is the finished product, but in a finished product, you don't see mugs. You want to create a mug stockpile for your tavern to remove mugs. Aren't they labeled as crafts? But I'm goblets, flasks. Well, I mean, if they're not listed in here, then they're definitely not a finished good. Because, like, goblets are there. If you make a goblet stockpile, does that include mugs? I don't ever make rock mugs because I just make metal goblets. So I literally just make a goblet stockpile. Well, I mean, if you're trying to put them in the tavern, don't put them in a stockpile. If you're trying to put them in a tavern, put a chest or a coffer in your tavern, or a bag, and then go to the locations screen with lowercase l, go to the tavern, and then hit A, and then type in the number you want stored in there. So let's just say 150. We want 150 goblets and cups stored there. I mean, I actually have a leather flask, except it's called a bladder. But no problem, Sniper. What means stumbling obliviously? It means you're tripping and unable to see where you're going. Basically, it means the dwarf has gone insane. And if they haven't made an artifact, they're going to die. If you have a dwarf that's stumbling around obliviously. If you're asking about this dwarf that's stumbling around obliviously, it means that they are wandering around obliviously. But because this dwarf has made an artifact, they'll snap out of it when they get thirsty or hungry. And this dwarf's made an artifact, which means they can't permanently go insane. So we'll go insane until he gets thirsty or hungry. Basically, it means this dwarf can't do anything because she is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life, which happens when you have some old dwarves. Also, speaking of dwarves that are insane, don't mind the vampire here. He lives here. He's been here since year 120-something. He's every so often you'll see him screaming in this, you know. And then the Scoid. I told the story of the masterful rope, a rope reed cloth created by Bastet at the Eternal Adventure of Time in Longdeath in the early winter of 73. It's great to hear about that rope. And he goes mad, then the dwarf goes mad. Like, you already answered your own question. What happens if a dwarf fails to make an artifact and they go mad? They go mad. You answered your own question. Some dwarves just go mad. But that's why you have lots of them, right? It's so that you learn how to minimize that from happening. I don't think I've failed an artifact in this fort in like 100 years, but how does it affect the other dwarves? It depends on what that dwarf does. Does the dwarf just go mad and like wander around until they die? Okay, their family members might get a little upset. They might get upset seeing a dwarf die. You have to put it in a coffin. Depends on if there's anything to resurrect it from the dead. You put it in the Atom Smasher? Do you give them a gravestone if you put them in the Atom Smasher? Because you can do that, but do you give them a gravestone, or do you just put them in the Atom Smasher? Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. Go nuts. I mean, I certainly do that in like resurrecting biomes. There's no real reason to do that outside and make them coffins otherwise. But yeah, as long as you engrave them a slab, then you won't get ghosts, and yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, it's kind of like, well, what do you do with the bodies of your dead loved ones? Well, instead of giving them a proper funeral, we just throw them in the ditch. It's basically what you're doing. So it's like Stone said, a little rude, but like it works. Smells kinda, but it goes away after a bit. Like, would you be kind of offended if your family just like threw your body out with the trash? It's like, what did we do with Sniper when they passed away? Oh, we threw him in a dumpster. Even if it was like your ashes, you know, it's like they like cremate you and they get your little container of ashes and then they're just like, well, cool, and they throw that into the dumpster. That's basically what you're doing. You like slabs better than coffins? I like Viking funerals for dwarves. Like, throw them into a volcano. Throw the corpses into a volcano and give them a slab. I quite like doing that. There's something about that just works. Oh, shit. I don't know when this happened, but we got a baby. Chat, 6 days ago, a baby dwarf was born, and they say, bah! They're the kid of Lycott and Mincott. Does anybody want to be a brand new baby dwarf in Longdeath? I prefer somebody who hasn't had somebody before. First person to raise their hand gets it. Does the baby have a bear? What? Casey, what up? It's good to see you. You are a baby? Okay. She was interested after watching a performance. She is short and fat, and she has a very round chin. No, she doesn't, because she's a she. Her somewhat short ears have large hanging lobes, and her extremely long eyebrows are high. Her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. You was too slow, yes. Bagagada is it? She is 6 days old, as I already said. She personally is completely put off by the idea of friends and does not respect the law. Well, I mean, she hasn't gotten thirsty yet, so I'd assume she hasn't had beer yet. She dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes andesite, bismuth, bronze, and giant Grosler, red Glossler, and date palm wood, and giant boar hoof. Amber and the colors spring, green, and crossbows and low boots, and large gems and yaks for their shaggy hair, and hammerhead sharks for their oddly shaped heads, and banana trees for their fruit, and the sight of the aquamarine of quintessence, and when possible prefers to consume wild carrot plants and sewer brew and longland grass seeds, and can't stand bats. She hates them. She never feels tempted to overindulge in anything when she enjoys being in crowds. She rarely has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She rarely tries to assert herself in the conversation because she's a baby and can't talk yet. And she would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, says Mom, who's constantly getting socked in the back of the head by this baby. And she isn't particularly curious about the world. She hangs on to Mom. And she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, especially Mom's. And she has a calm demeanor, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And she tends to not reveal personal information. She likes to take it easy, and she tends to only be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. And when she's thinking, her body becomes very still, and she has a habit of stretching her body during pauses in conversations. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. A short, sturdy creature, fond of drink and industry. If you were to make an outpost in the middle of two kingdoms kind of far apart, would you make a marvelous temple, a good library, or an avern? Or is this like an or if or and but question? What would you suggest for a legit isolated outpost? None of the above, because why would an isolated outpost have a library? I mean, an isolated outpost in my mind would have like a small temple and a small tavern. But like, you have to have a temple and a tavern. These are dwarves. Come on. Even if the temple is like a 3x3 square on the ground where they can pray. But I wouldn't make a grand of any of those things. Sure, but you said small isolated outpost. Small isolated an isolated outpost in the middle of nothing wouldn't have any of those things in my mind. You're asking me what I would make? None of them. But if it's a remote research university, then of course it would have a huge temple and a grand library and a small tavern. You got some voted stickers and you don't know you need feedback? More voted stickers? Not gonna lie, Diamond, I really like your effort. But personally, I'm a bigger fan of this one. I'm just gonna say personally, I prefer this one, but you know, it's all right. It's not. It needs to not be like see-through. It being transparent makes it weird. You've seen that too late. Ah, true. It depends on the faction and the theming of the small outpost at the end of the day, though. It depends on the theming and the faction of the small outpost. With other design and I mean, there's lots of different designs you could go with. So go with something that your heart likes to look at. If you like looking at it, it's probably a good design. of what democratic DF would look like. Now you just want to, you know that Dwarf Fortress is democratic. They're just really bad at it, right? Like, mayors are elected in Dwarf Fortress, so there is actually democratic elections going on in the back, behind the scenes in Dwarf Fort. They're just not good at it because they tend to just like elect somebody and then they just have like a single party system from then forward, basically. Also, I think we're going to play this through until we hit summer, and then we're going to swap forts. Yeah, you know, you could also do that. Like Stone said, you could operate an entire fortress out of a big old dorm. Just make sure that all the dwarves have enough space for stuff and whatnot. Ponder animal remedies. Animal, this dwarf is pondering remedies for you. Although I think Animal's AFK. Considers remedies prepared from animals. We're talking like leeches? Well, we got plenty of writing material. Not a lot. Also, let's let these dwarves go back to what they were doing. And here they come. All spreading out from the original tavern. Gave him a socializing break. Sometimes dwarves just need a break. Von Roland, thanks for the Prime sub for a 56th month. Welcome back. You even got a theme park stream this year. It was worth the resubs. Potentially, I don't know. Evertoaster, thanks for the 10 bucks. Cheers, man. You literally like up to the 1 penny #1 spot on the leaderboard by 1,000%. Did you just like have that on lock and you were just waiting for someone to resub? Or was that just a coincidence that those two happened at the exact same time? Although when it comes to Twitch these days, I don't know if I really believe in coincidences anymore. Would be cool if dwarves themselves could vote on the petition, on a petition they approved of with the ability to override it, which would induce yeah, that would be neat actually. It's like if you could see the dwarves voting on a petition and then you could either accept the petition or decline the petition. And if you accept the petition that the majority of your fortress is voting against, then the dwarves that are voting against it get mad. That would be real cool. Coincidence? Well, I mean, I'm okay with this coincidence. Thanks for the $1, NetJam. Here's friend. But seriously, thanks for the 10 bucks. Thanks for the $1. Thanks for keeping this weird channel funded and letting me play Dwarf Fortress for a living. The actual amazing thing is that I lasted this long. Is like, you know, there's 140 people here right now, right, watching this stream. Give you an idea, this time last year, it was like 50. Maybe. On a good day. So it means a lot. Throwing mugs at your opponent? What if, in order to win a Dwarven mayoral election, they also have to compete in the mug throwing competition and win the mug throwing competition to even qualify? This is some elections I could get behind. You know, I'm actually just going to remove wheelbarrows from that. Then I've always wanted foot races to be something more than just a Legends mode feature. Just because it would be so cool. has generally been trending upward in viewership. Generally, yeah. I haven't paid too much attention to everybody, but I know like Sui's had an influx recently. Kiri's been doing all right recently. But yeah, it's cool. Grow as a group, not solo. Also, investments are open if people care. You're off to dinner? We'll see you when we see you, dude. Pull this bridge. Wild Peak, what's up? It's good to see you, man. How's things? But yeah, no, this channel has grown considerably in the past month, and it's been really nice. Just on like a personal level, it's been really nice. To give you an idea, I'm just gonna grab like the last 2 years of my average viewers, and I will screen capture it and show it to you guys. So let's go from June 2020 until now by month. That's the wrong button. That's the button I want to hit. So obviously some things have moved around in this time, but June 2020, we had 70 average viewers, right? That day I got some days on the front page, but this is what my average viewers have done up until now. That's the, first 22 days of, November since Dwarf Fortress was announced. So it's been nice. This was where Twitch killed auto-hosting right here. Twitch was doing their best to destroy auto-hosting throughout this, so my views were going down because of auto-hosting. And then I got a bit of a spike there because I had some pretty good stuff to happen that particular week, and then it dropped. So. You found me on YouTube when the release date announcement was made? It's funny how many people I know who stream. Thanks, USA, for the 99 cents. It's funny how many people I know who stream who just say that YouTube's a waste of time and nobody wants to watch Twitch VODs, and like it's impossible to make like YouTube channels grow if you're a Twitch streamer. And it's just like, I feel like I've been screaming at people for a while now saying, I don't think that's true. Thanks for the $2 peak. And there's actually like a tweet that I made, and I think it was the end of 2018, where I just said, I'm going to start taking YouTube seriously, which was around when I started taking YouTube seriously, with the goal of taking YouTube seriously. Is it really?
Hey man, how's it hanging?
I think it's literally sitting on 100%. It's hanging pretty low. I don't know how to answer that question. Thanks for the 69 cents, Peak.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
I was gonna say, if that doesn't level it up, then I don't know what will. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, I'm a streamer first and foremost, right? And I'm never gonna do highly edited Let's Plays, right? Like, that's just kind of a fact. It's not the kind of stuff I enjoy making. Hanging low is kind of it's like hanging high is like not a good answer, but neither is hanging low. So it's like I don't know how to answer that. Get out of there, Malden. Is this like well met but with hanging? Anyway, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but it's been good. If you haven't yet, go vote for Dwarf Fortress for the Labor of Love Award on Steam, because Steam is currently doing its voting for the Game of the Year stuff on Steam, and you can vote for games that aren't out yet. So go vote for Labor of Love Award on Steam, because the voting lasts until the 22nd of December. And so we have quite a bit of time to vote still. So go and vote while you still can for Dwarf Fortress as a labor of love. Exactly. If there's any game that deserves it, it's definitely DF. Precisely. Any self-respecting gremlin respects a lever. I really should lower my sub goal. That's a bit ambitious right now, actually. You thought they were just working on a tile set this whole time? You had no idea that they were getting way more than that? Yeah, I mean, it's certainly been... It's certainly exciting times. Is the easiest way to put it. It's certainly exciting times. Also, like, it's not like they've been working on Premium Dwarf Fortress for 4 years. It was announced 4 years ago. They signed the paperwork to, like, make the thing in 2018. Like, end of 2017, early 2018. So, like, this has been in the works for a while. But they didn't start working on it until spring 2020. Like, Premium Dwarf Fortress actually hasn't been in development that long, which is why whenever people are like, why is it taking so long? I'm like, I mean, if you read Tarn's blog, you'd very clearly be able to see that they didn't actually start working on it until spring 2020. Nope, saves are not compatible. Although, once Premium is out, saves from the classic updated version, so the 5.0 version of the game, will have transferable saves between Classic and Premium, but older versions before this next update, it will not transfer. When was the last DF Classic update? 2021, I think. January 28th, 2021 was the last Classic update, which is not the version this fort is running on. Need this dwarf to be out of here. And pull this lever. Yes, the 1,000-year fort will stay on this version. I don't know what GPay even is. I'm talking about Google Pay? I'm trying to think what even that would be. Lava go. Google Pay? Huh. I've never used Google Pay, so I don't really want Google to have more data on me than they already have, so. Yeah, no, Twitch is just credit cards and PayPal. I think Visa debits work too. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure somebody will do it, but by default, it's not compatible. And if it's not compatible by default, I'm not going to move the save for it. I mean, this is already behind. Like, I've basically committed to not moving Longdeath to more recent versions, and I have zero plans to. When the stock gets down to a set number. Are you talking about, like, if the if-then statements in the conditions orders? I mean, being from anywhere has its disadvantages. Yeah, I will be starting new forts in Premium. But I will also keep this one going. But Stonewater, that whole save that I've been playing on for ages with, like, the Plank of Nations and all that stuff on that world that I've been playing for, like, a year, that world's going to get retired. This fortress, Longdeath, is going to take like a couple months break, and then it will return, but I'm going to bring it back. I have a different idea for what I want to do with Longdeath. Longdeath will return, but it will become kind of a different format. It'll be kind of a different format. Um, I mean, what are you? What are you even talking about? Are you talking about like workshop profiles? Because this is on an older version of the game, and I'm not sure what you're talking about. Unless you're like, you're not talking about like some DF hack setting, are you? Yeah, the colored, or rather, everything that's flashing is constructed. But yeah, I'm not even sure what orders you're referring to. Because I've never seen being able to use exclamation point as a hotkey to change conditions within a workshop before. Never seen that. Gotta love it when children are saying death is all around. I do not feel uneasy. Yeah, it certainly sounds like something DF Hack would add. What's the difference? A light aquifer is a slow trickle of water out of the wall that you can dig through. A heavy aquifer is a torrent of water that runs faster than most rivers that will completely fill up the hole in seconds. That's the difference. A heavy aquifer, it's flow speed. It's not the depth of the aquifer itself. Yeah, that it's a light aquifer. A heavy aquifer is, so heavy aquifers are what aquifers used to only be. All aquifers used to be heavy aquifers. And it's to the point where like some old players will still tell you don't settle anywhere with an aquifer because there will just be like this torrent of water. You guess that you were very lucky? No, you're not. I mean, like, more like very unlucky to have a 7-layer deep aquifer. Like, trust me, that sounds annoying to dig through, but... Thanks, Omega Love. I mean, you can still play with heavy aquifers if you want. You can set your world to only generate with heavy aquifers and no light aquifers. Also, when we switch forts, I'm going to be taking a lunch break. Just a heads up, chat. So. Not a lunch break, but I do need to use the restroom. I return again. Man, we're still hauling items from this spot all the way over here. We chopped 5 trees and placed a 1x1 stairway deep and 3 stockpiles around. It's all good. Felt nice. Hell yeah. I mean, trees and like wood logs are a real easy way to block up a light aquifer. Super easy. I didn't go get lunch. I just went and used the toilet. No, I'm going to go get lunch probably in about an hour. And that's when I'll swap forts. No, it takes me longer than that to do food because I have to check my blood sugar, give myself an injection, and do all that shit. Or I can actually just eat because my body doesn't work properly, which is fun. You know, it's really funny. The number of people that like ask me questions about Dwarf Fortress could just like have a lot of their questions answered by just simply reading this. It's like, what's new? Nothing substantial is new or changed under the hood. It's still Dwarf Fortress, but with graphics and music by default, and a few bells and whistles. You mean the stuff regarding books, or is there something that I've missed, Maverick? Nuclear indeed, yes. Nuclear option is optimal. What? UX. I mean, nothing new or substantial has changed. It's just, it looks fancy. That's all that's really changed, is it looks fancy. No, I haven't seen that thread. I don't look at the forums that often. I'm very much a lurker who doesn't stare at the forums very frequently. Like, I have an account and I've never actually posted. I literally just lurk and then read the Future of the Fortress stuff once a month. I mean, the whole UI is becoming news, so isn't there more UI fixes? Yes, but under the hood, nothing has changed, really, aside from performance and some minor mechanical things. Snow is melting. We're in the 15th of Obsidian. Sweet. Meaning I could probably pull the lever. Yeah, like the farming thing was announced like a year ago. Which is kind of funny. It's like suddenly everybody's discovering that farming is changing. It's like Tarn, I think, like originally mentioned that in a blog post like a year ago. That farming was going to get like a tweak, but the way farming works wasn't going to change. It was just like farming in certain areas would be more optimal. What's another thing? Oh yeah, elves getting a buff was a thing that was mentioned ages ago. Trying to think about like the mason shop going from being a mason shop to being a stone cutter's shop was announced ages ago. Yeah, elves are getting a buff. So this is all speculation, right? Elves are getting a buff. Okay, we know this. They've said that elves are going to be a threat now instead of just wimpy little like thwacky toys. Rolf, you made a unicorn. Your kid dwarf made a unicorn shield, a unicorn bone shield, which is pretty badass. So elves are currently a non-concern as boring as shit to fight, right? But in premium, Tarn has said two things. He said elves are getting a buff and are going to be a threat. But the other thing that he said is there will be a faction that will have access to divine metals. And divine metals are going to make a bigger play in premium. So when the next update comes out, somebody's going to have divine metals and the elves are getting a buff. So my theory is that elves are going to show up with screaming metal swords. That's my theory. Basically, pathfinding isn't as big of a performance hit as previously speculated. I knew this because like it doesn't seem to matter. He was potentially some decently large gains to be have if functions were reworked in the future. Oh, totally. Yeah, I believe that. But I also don't know enough about how that shit works to really speculate or have anything real input-wise to say on that regard. Yeah, imagine just like a kobold just shows up with an indestructible knife that can cut through your doors. Like a kobold shows up and they're a building destroyer because of the knife they have. Yeah, same. And if that means like we give them screaming metal swords, sure. You've been able to play this incredibly ill game, and I've been playing during the last month, and it's been an amazing experience. Well, thank you for helping. Or thank you for thanking me for helping. Words. I'm glad that you enjoyed the videos. You know, it's actually kind of funny. I've gotten quite a few comments recently that are just like, hey, you know, I was intimidated before, but now I'm not. You should play this video game, which is kind of nice to see. Sup, curses? Welcome back. Now I'm waiting on this Wada to melt. Doop a doop doop a doop. This ice is being all not melty. Damn right. You going on to winter break then after this? How's the stream been? Really nice. I cannot stress enough how nice it is to actually have a crowd of people watching. There we go. Perfect time. It's been so long of just like I haven't had crowds like this in my channel actively since like 2018. Basically since I got partnered on Twitch. So it's been like 4 years since I've actively had a larger audience watching. It's been real nice. Sure. Sounds like it would just go whoop over my head. But yeah, no, there's always going to be things that can help improve Dwarf Fortress's performance. Always. But I do think that a lot of things that I see people claiming are performance hits generally aren't. Although I think the biggest performance thing is just going to be like, assuming it's an option in the options menu, is like if Dwarf Fortress runs like shit on your PC, just turn off temperature and it'll be fine. You want to gain 15 FPS back instantly? Chuck that shit. Thanksgiving break? Right, yeah, Thanksgiving's a thing. Yeah. Dwarf Fortress just really requires, like the current version, just really requires like a good 4 to 5 hour day of just sitting there and staring at everything, and eventually it just starts to make sense. The controls make sense pretty quickly, at least they did for me. And then the rest of the game is just a matter of just sitting there and figuring it out, you know? I personally, I never found Dwarf Fortress to be that difficult. I know a lot of people do find it to be very difficult, but I never found it to be that difficult. It was just like a matter of sitting down and doing it. Well, I mean, there is one other real big FPS get, which is the, if soldier is in tree and they're in a squad and you tell that squad to leave the map and they can't get to the edge of the map because they're stuck in a tree, that will like wreck your frames. But that's like the one thing that I'm aware of in the game that is a player mistake that can insta-give your FPS from like 60 to 0. That's the only other one that I'm aware of beside cats being locked behind doors. Nothing can cause sea levels to rise, except for various bugs in the game. Guy USA. The world's not that active. Once the map rewrite is done, I have no idea, but that's not for like 2 years probably. The map rewrite will do some weird things, which will be exciting, you know, like, because like right now when you're playing in Fortress mode, right? All you get is that tiny little square. Imagine you could just like zoom out and see the whole world. That's kind of what Zach and Tarn want to do with Dwarf Fortress in the long run. Like right now, well, obviously the game's paused, so I can't zoom out. But right now you have like the map that you play on, right? What if that map was just the entire play space for the whole world? That's what the like end goal for Dwarf Fort is gonna be. Is that you'll be able to just see the whole world. You originally thought it was too many rocks lying down, but no, there was an axe dwarf in a tree. Yep. Confusing work calls confusing. Hey, at least it's over. Well, so from the way, so I talked about this, I want to say in like the second or third chat I did with just Tarn. Basically what like one of their big end visions for this game is instead of like, you know, selecting a bunch of stuff from a list and then embarking to a location and appearing there, you will be able to start at the mountain home in a wagon, select the stuff that you want from a menu. The dwarves will collect it, and then you drive the wagon to your embark location and play something equivalent to Oregon Trail while you're traveling to your embark location. And then when you get there, you're just on the whole map. So yeah, that is something that like is a long-term goal for Dwarf Fort. But you know, when it comes to like planned features for Dwarf Fortress, the list is actually kind of ridiculous of things, and you can just go to bay12games.com/dwarves and just like look at their devlog and like wish list of stuff they want to do. Wait, you've actually had dysentery? Really? I'm so sorry. Sounds awful. And then the wagon breaks? Yeah, because some Kia dive bombs you and your 7 dwarves die on the way. Naturally. I mean, he's mentioned it in most of them, but the one where he actually talks about it was a while ago. It was like 2 or 3 ago. It was like one of the ones that was just me and Tarn, and Zach wasn't on it. Anyway, the enemy have come and are now laying siege to the fortress. Well, that's nice of them. Let's pull this lever. And I got a lot of levers over here that we got to pull too. Let's pull this lever. And pull this lever. And let's follow a dwarf that's going to go pull a lever. Van game is the one that I was talking about. Yes, it's literally just called the Van game. I played the demo of it. I didn't play the full game, but the demo was pretty good. You don't expect that stuff to get finished, but you hope to live to see the day where Dwarf Fortress reaches 1.0. You'll probably be an old grandpa? Well, I mean, like I mentioned in the most recent chat with Zach and Tarn, my dad's in his mid-60s, and he went on a 2-night backpacking trip with me this year. I'm sure Zach and Tarn can develop this game for another 20 years. I'm sure they can. Especially with, like, the god-tier healthcare they're going to have in, like, 15 days. 14 days. 13 days? Shit. By January next year, they will have incredible healthcare and more money than they know what to do with. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, people get weirdly, like, doomer when they talk about, like, Dwarf Fortress's long-term development prospects, and it's like, you know, they're not that old. Like, guys, you guys talk about Zach and Tard like they're in their 70s. It's like, they're in their 40s. Like, come on, be nice to these guys. Yeah, no, absolutely, Gus. Absolutely. They're in their 40s, dude. Like, Tarn's 44. People talk about how old they are make you feel old. Yeah. Absolutely, they deserve all the monies. They're middle-aged. They're middle-aged, but they're not old. You know, it's kind of funny. I asked Tarn about his hair at PAX because, like, he has really long, scraggly hair. So traditionally, he only shaves and cuts his hair when they release versions of Dwarf Fortress. But because of, like, the pandemic, he's been shaving because masks are significantly less viable if you have a beard. So the reason he looks like a mad scientist right now is because he hasn't released a version of the game in 2 years, right? Finally set time aside to learn it. It's not as hard as people make it out to be. It's really not. I mean, my favorite way to describe learning Dwarf Fortress is it's like learning a complicated board game. You sit down with a group of friends and you read the fucking manual. And then you keep reading the fucking manual. And then 40 minutes later, you're like, all right, I think we understand the basics. So you sit down with those friends and you start playing your first round. And then you look at your watch and it's been 4 hours and you realize you're playing half the rules wrong. So you flip the board over and you reset everything up and you start playing again while still reading the manual. And by game 3, you've got the shtick of things and you're having fun. He's gonna need to live stream the haircutting. Oh man. Damn. You know, just like just a camera of them like sitting there just like fidgeting as they do and then just zzz, zzz, done. Maybe. I wonder if I could get them to do that. Absolutely, Psycho. Absolutely. I wouldn't say that's half the fun. I'd say that's like the fun of learning Dwarf Fortress. You just hit 37 this year and you still do 40-hour road trips, hike, dive, and your goal for spring is to take up skydiving? Damn right! I'm not gonna lie though, like Zach and Tarn have definitely aged up a little bit in the last 2 years. And like I think we all kind of have. Like it's the last 2 years, last 3 years, have been long and stressful for a lot of people. Especially people with not so great immune systems, for many reasons, right? And I think also the added pressure of, you know, financial turmoil in the world, and like this is the biggest financial crisis we've had in the last 15 years, basically. And the fact that their game is like, I'm stressing right now because like I'm crowdfunded, right? Like if the entire economy drops out, I have no safety nets really. I do have like a backup thing where I could theoretically go get a job, but like I feel that too to a degree, except I'm in my late 20s, whereas Zach and Tarn are in their mid 40s, you know? And it's just kind of terrifying. And so like when people are looking at Zach and Tarn and thinking that they're way older than they are, they do kind of appear older than they are because it's very clear that those two are under a lot of stress, right? And you want to know what relieves a lot of stress? Getting a lot of money all of a sudden. It adds new different stress, but like, did the stream just crash? No, but I did just start dropping frames. Are we back? OBS, we back? No, the stream's still up. Twitch and my internet have been having a hard time communicating for the last 2 days for some reason. Should still be here. Press 1 if you can see the stream. Yeah, no, it stuttered. You know, as they always say, money doesn't buy happiness, but in the way our economy works, it buys stability, and stability helps achieve happiness. I'm your entertainment at work. You know, it's funny, the amount of entertainment I used to get. Wow, you guys are all kind of delayed, I'm not gonna lie. Nope, that was definitely Twitch. It wasn't you or your internet or me. It was Twitch. Because like I have a live internet test going, so I can see my internet speed. I currently have about 900 megabytes up and about 800 megabytes down. I don't think that was me. I think that was probably just Twitch's server having a stutter. It doesn't buy happiness, but it helps you maintain stability. And security and stability gives happiness. Which is why the classic line is, money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure fucking helps. Because if you have a lot of money, you have a lot of stability. And if you have a lot of stability, that's a lot less like random bullshit, not unimportant stress that you need to worry about. We'll see you later, Kodiak. You have a good night. We'll be on tomorrow. I just warped a bit into the future. Gotcha. Okay. Noted. It will help you be miserable in comfort. Yeah. Like, I'll tell you this, right? I've been homeless. Was I unhappy while I was homeless? No, but there was definitely daily stress about trying to find a place to sleep every night. Whether that was, hey, can I crash on your sofa at a coworker? Or, you know, like, is there like somewhere I can snooze in this park? Is it raining today? Is that going to be a problem? Like that kind of shit. But when you have a place to live and a bed to sleep in, a concern gets a lot more mild. You know? It's like, am I happy? No. Was I happy when I was homeless? But it's nice having a place to sleep. Oh, I missed that bit. Where did Dark Philosophies take it? Right, okay, there we go. Yeah, no, I saw your line, Kodiak, but not Dark Philosophies. Chat's a little bit more busy than usual. Apologies. Good night, Dark Philosophy. Thanks for posting the Reddit threads. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like, if my money isn't making me happy, I donate to Children's Hospital. Is that, like, genuine statement there? Money can make you buy a lot of drugs, which make you happy. This is true. Drugs make me... Money doesn't make me happy, but weed sure fucking does. Pink Fluffy Llama, hello, it's good to see you. It's not 420 yet. Or a jet ski? I don't have a way of transporting a jet ski. When do I release the floodgates? When all the humans are in the walkway. Most of them are in, but not enough of them. It's 420 somewhere? No, it's like on the hour somewhere. I don't think that there's any time zone that's like 20 minutes ahead of everybody else. You'd have a way to transport one if you had more money? See, here's the thing. No, I wouldn't. Because even if I had unlimited money, I probably wouldn't hire a personal driver, for one thing. And fully automated cars don't exist. So, no, I wouldn't, actually. So yeah, in 10 minutes, it'll be 420 somewhere, probably. Am I really running? I think I'm really running out of cages. What do you do with caged human? Oh, they get burned inside of these walkways. That's probably enough. So let's go up here. Nope, not that lever. Pull that lever. Pull that lever, and pull that lever. There's a few on 45. Really? Oh, I guess the more you know. If you had unlimited money, you could make free public transport ever. True, I could be the not chaotic, evil Elon Musk. Imagine like a billionaire focusing on giving all of their money to like public services. Speaking of, didn't Jeff Bezos just like turn around and say that he was going to like donate a large amount of his money to like public things? I need to go look that quote up again, but like he's making a jump into philanthropy. He's trying to have like a non-villain arc. Like Bill Gates and his toilet foundation did. Or his wife's toilet foundation did. Anyway. Bezos' ex-wife actually gave away billions of dollars. Damn right! Why is it always the rich, evil billionaires' wives that do the good things? I don't think that there's any kind of like signed agreement between billionaires to like give all of their money away, if that's what you're saying. Anyway. The wife, though, if the wife was evil too, she wouldn't be an ex. This is true. Oh, totally. Totally, they get massive tax cuts. It's just like whenever, like I can't remember what the situation was, but I was in a grocery store with somebody I know, and they donated. I want to say it was a Walmart, and they donated $1 to some charity, and I was just like, you know that they only do that so that they get massive tax cuts, right? They were just like, oh no, I never thought about it like that before. Like, this is why, like, whenever, like, I go into a fast food place and they're like, we're collecting money for insert charity here. It's like, it's your annual tax cuts. I get it. Yeah, pretty much, Mind. Also, hey, Gascon. The trouble with Bezos is that he looks like the arch villain. No, the trouble with Bezos is he looks like an egg, and no matter like how nice he pretends to be, he'll still just be an egg. Cool. It's a pity I'll die before most of them. And most of them are trying their best to just not die. Anyway, so that's the kind of nightmarish end to the siege where the humans just run back and forth and they're screaming. Let's go open the front door. One neg. One of my teammates is in New Zealand. Let me tell you, your time zone is really annoying to like schedule things with people in North America and people in Europe. Like, seriously, it's really annoying to schedule shit with people that are in, like, NA time zones and EU time zones and Australia and New Zealand. It's like... That's just your Saturday morning children's class. True, Donna Minstrel. You used to have coworkers in Singapore and San Francisco. That was a pain. You working somewhere else now that you don't have them anymore, or did they all get fired? Arch is in New Zealand, yeah. Drongo's is in Australia. Kiri's in Austria. Jess and Suey are in the States. I'm in Canada. FG's in the UK. Bellator's in Finland. It's a fun crew to like try and time zoneify things. Company was dissolved, but you have a job where pretty much everyone is in the... Oh, okay. I was unaware that that other job got dissolved. That's unfortunate. I just remember you traveling for work and such. You're in New Zealand? Deep? Damn. You know what, something I was thinking about is like, I was thinking about it like the next PAX West, because like, I feel like every single time I blink, there's like 4 more people that are like, yeah, I'm in this Seattle area. We should have a like a PAX West Dwarf Fortress meetup. Because there's probably enough of us that we could fill a pub somewhere. I'm just saying. And like PAX West is like just right there for me. So like I will be going to PAX West next year. What's this team I speak of? So I'm part of a group of streamers called Halcyon Frequency. I co-founded it, actually. We host a podcast. We work together. We run events. We've hosted a game jam, and we're going to host another one soon, TM. And we do various other things just kind of as a group. So that's the team that I speak of when I say team. I think I still have a command for it. No, I don't. Anyway, it's just this website. Give you all the information. I deleted all my commands and then haven't remade most of them. Since Ingress was a thing, oh my god, I played Ingress for like a week, selected the blue team, and then realized everybody in my zone was red and was like, uninstall. Still don't know when I'm going to get a DF key. You know what's funny? Is there will probably be a point where you guys will be asking me, do you have DF? And all I'll be able to say is I still don't know when I'm getting one. There will be a point when I say that. And it's not true anymore. Ingress was that mobile game that... no, Pokemon Go didn't copy it. It was made by the same company. Yeah, it was Niantic made Ingress, and then Niantic went and made Pokemon Go later. Uh-oh, we actually have a tantrum. Verana's throwing a tantrum. That's unfortunate. No crimes committed yet, though. Aw, come on. Come on! Now you gotta knock stuff over. God dang it. You really are knocking everything over. Everything. Wow. Yes, Tolus. Yeah, Pokemon Go is just peak format of Ingress. Really? Nobody... Oh, it's because I don't actually have a Captain of the Guard right now. Diamond is now officially Captain of the Guard. Also, I need to make 2 spears. There we go. Crimes are being reported. Will I get a content creator for Steam DF, or will you refuse it if you got one because you want to support the game? If they give me key, I will buy it on a platform, on the other platform, because they'll either give me a Steam key or an itch key. I'll just buy it on the other platform. Literally, like, that's what I'll do. Plus, you know, I give the game $10 a month already. So it's not like I'm not supporting it. But I can support, like, not to be weird, but as a content creator, as a person on the internet, I can support a game heavier by covering it with videos than I can by buying it, right? Like, if I buy a game and then make videos out of it, that's one thing. But what if they give me both? That would be silly, but I'll gift copies to people. I'm going to give copies to my sisters for Christmas, though. So, like, they can just, they get my sisters get Dwarf Fortress for Christmas. So, I mean, I will be buying at least 2 copies. 1 for each of my sisters. Maybe I'll make my mom make a Steam account and I'll gift my mom a copy of Dwarf Fort. But, I mean, that's a silly question because I've literally never had that happen before. In my entire career streaming, I've never gotten multiple platforms worth of keys for a game. So that would be really weird. Itch. I can tell you that for a fact. Itch is kind of like Bandcamp. They don't take a really big cut. They only take, I think it's 12%, and in some cases it's 8%. And I think developers can actually set it if they want to give Itch more or less of a cut. But I think by default it's 10%. But they also have days where Itch waives their cut. So, like, Itch is... but here's, like, the weird thing, Major FK, right? Itch gives a way better cut. But Itch is a fraction of the popularity of Steam. So if you want to support Dwarf Fortress, buy it on Steam. And leave it a review. That is actually the best way that you can help it, because Steam has, like, what, 30 million active monthly users? Itch is, like, less than 1 million. Itch is a very small platform compared to Steam. But Itch is also DRM free. You don't have to worry about any of the Steam wrapper shit. And has a lot of benefits. You've never even heard of it? Yeah, well, that makes sense. Itch is basically just like, so if like, well, actually, if Spotify is Steam, Itch is Bandcamp, which is this when it loads. There it is. This is Itch. Although I have to be kind of careful because there is porn on Itch. So, this is Itch. You know, like McPixel, like this is a Devolver Digital published game. Like bigger games do work their way on here. Like bigger studios publish their games on here. But like it's a lot of weird game jams. It's a lot of weird games that just run in a browser for free. Things like Vampire Survivors were on Itch for like 6 months before they even came out on Steam. Whatever the heck. This looks cool. What is this? Icy Mechs. I happy. I like big robots. Ooh. All right. Well, I have to take a look at that on my own time. So, yeah, no, itch.io is nifty as fuck. I love Itch. Itch is great. But you also got to remember that, like, oh, yeah, no, like, there's tons of great indies on there. Celeste is on there for sure. So, yeah, no, Itch is fantastic, but keep in mind, also, Itch was how we knew how much Dwarf Fortress would cost, like, 8 months before release, by the way. Because if you just go to Itch and you type in Dwarf Fortress, so if you go to Itch and type in Dwarf Fortress, $29.99, it has the price listed. So... this is where you'll be able to buy it. Although originally when that page was listed, it was listed with the estimated price of $19.99. And then at one point they changed it to $9.99. And then for about an hour they changed it to $9,999. And then they set it back to $29.99. I was like, okay, it's going to be $29.99. Remember, losing is fun, and losing was fun before RimWorld decided to name their hardest difficulty. Losing is fun for some stupid fucking reason. It's so close, yet so far away. I know, right? But, you know, it's 2 weeks of me being able to get probably more followers than I'm going to get for a really long time, and it's kind of exciting and scary. I don't want to screw it up, you know? Would you buy DF for $9,999? I don't have $9,999 USD in my lifetime savings account, and I don't have a credit card that big, so I wouldn't be able to. It's not a matter of would I, it's a matter of I literally would not be able to afford it. You know, I can put DF on layaway. Just like pay. I can't make my monthly DF payment. My mortgage is like too dense. All right, so how's this doing? Basically got all of them. Sweet. All right, so let's stop the lava from flowing and get this thing draining. And we'll get some water flowing. I got a message from my bank. We noticed you haven't used this account for a while. Do you want to delete it? It was your savings account. Is that a joke or serious? Because that's really sad. Also, the concept of deleting a bank account is wild. That serious, sadly, and also a little funny. Yes, indeed, also is a little funny. Who pays the subscription for Calcium Crypt? No one? What? You mean like my bot? Oh, my bot has a lifetime account. I'm a Twitch partner, so Twitch gives out free lifetime accounts for Twitch partners. You get a certain number of them, which I think is 4 initially. I make it fun to watch, really? Well, thank you, boss. But yeah, nobody pays that subscription because I'm a Twitch partner. Twitch pays for it. Does my account take up a slot? No. No, you get a subscription to your own account for free. Question mark? Malkovich? What's that room that's being flooded? It's above lava. I'm making obsidian. Just waiting for it to fill up. And it needs more water before it fill up. Well, unfortunately, you have to wait another 13 days, 15 hours, 41 minutes, and 30 seconds. Also, you guys should go follow Gremlin for Mayor, which is a completely unofficial countdown stream for the release of Dwarf Fortress with banger background music. "14 days until Steam release." That's the countdown until Steam release, yep. Well, 13 days, 15 hours, 41 minutes, 0 seconds. 40 minutes now. It's the other stream you have open. Fortunately, that's not one you need to pay direct attention to. It's less than 2 weeks now, yeah. Well, it releases at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 6th. 7 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, so 1400 hours UTC. We know that from the Steam, like, backend. Peeking at the Steam API, we can figure that out. 24 days until Christmas holiday? Damn. So 24 days until you can play Dwarf Fort, is what you're saying? Well, just remember this, chat. Dwarf Fortress is going to cost $30 US, right? So if they sell... I'm going to do a calculator here so that you guys know that I'm accurate. Okay, so it's going to cost $30, right? If they sell 1,000 copies, that's $2.1 million, right? Then minus 30% equals 1.74 million minus 10% equals, and then minus an additional 30% for taxes. Zach and Tarn can get just under $1 million to split between the two of them for Christmas if we sell 70,000 copies in day one. That's what the Steam API claims. I don't know if that's set to change. So what I'm saying is if you guys want to give Zach and Tarn $1 million each for Christmas, we have to sell 140,000 copies. I think we can do that. Easy peasy. It's made by 2 people largely. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like I remember like doing that math and going, who's the other 10%? That's Get Fox. See how much Bannerlord sold? Oh yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress will sell just fine. They will sell just fine. They are the 15th most wishlisted game on Steam, and the game that was the 18th most wishlisted game on Steam just came out recently, and they had like 80,000 players the first night, which is a game that it's like some random Chinese game and it doesn't look that good, but like this game, where is it? Nobody, the turnaround. Yeah, this game was the 18th most wishlisted game on Steam, and it had 82,000 players on its release night, which is bananas, by the way. Although Chinese games are weird and do weirdly well, so we'll see. Also, it has a terrible rating. $30 is kind of expensive in your country. Well, you want to know what's awesome about $30 being kind of expensive in your country? Is just download Classic, because Classic is getting the exact same upgrades. And like, if you can't afford it, don't feel like you need to buy Steam Dwarf Fortress. And also, Dwarf Fortress currently has like just under 120,000 followers on Steam, and it's not out yet. For some clarity, Factorio has like, it's like 300,000 followers? What's Factorio at? Factorio. Yeah, I know the feeling. Prices just went up by 8% in Canada on Steam, so it's like Dwarf Fortress will probably be close to about $40 in Canada. So I know what you mean. Yeah, so looking at Factorio has how many followers? 348,000 followers on Steam, right? 348,000 followers on Steam is Factorio. Dwarf Fortress has a third of that, and the game's not out yet. And games always get a huge spike when they release. $10 days of your salary? Oh boy. That's pretty hefty. Although to be fair, some AAA games release at like a week of my pay, depending on how good my week was. It's going, Padinsky, and yourself? I mean, there is regional pricing on Steam. I don't know what the regional pricing is like these days, so just keep in mind, like, you're not going to have to pay the $30 USD. You will be paying your regional equivalent. Also, like, you know, busy day, just make Dwarf Fort come out quicker, right? I think it's going to sell ridiculously well. I will be very surprised if they don't clear 100,000 copies in, like, the first week. And the reason I will be surprised is because this little video game right here, this game sold 100,000 copies in its first week. Granted, I don't know how much more they've done since then, but The Wandering Village sold 100,000 copies in their first week. This is a very small game compared to Dwarf Fortress. It was like the 100th most wishlisted game on Steam. It had a significantly smaller amount of people actually following the game on Steam. It was like a very small game compared. It's a bad game. It is fine. It's a fine game. Not particularly crazy deep game or anything, but it was an enjoyable game. I enjoyed the like 10 hours I spent with it. Very basic little city builder with a built-in Tamagotchi. Never going to complain about that. But yeah, it's certainly not groundbreaking or anything. So if that thing can sell 100,000 copies, so can Dwarf Fort. Yeah. And I enjoyed it for like the 2 streams I did of it. Well, it's usually about 2 to 5% of people who own a game review it on Steam. So that's actually not too far off of the normal. Darren, what up? It's good to see you. Oh, it will be. Spitalier, thanks for checking out a gift sub. It's a Slender Man of all people. Your mustache is tickling your nose. This seems like a problem with you having a mustache. Must be a glorious mustache if it's reaching that far. Tickle it back. Show it who's boss! Elon posting. I like your username. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Sniper. Appreciate you. The last hype train was 57 minutes ago, if anybody's wondering why it didn't go up. You're wondering if you know if they have not, why they have not allowed Dwarf Fortress to be pre-purchased on Steam. So realistically, Zach and Tarn Adams could probably just like send Gabe Newell an email and be like, allow us to push this game, bro. They probably could do that, but they haven't. And by default, Steam does not let you have pre-orders for a game if you've never released a game before on Steam. So if a developer has not released a game before, unless you are a large developer already, if you've not released a paid product before on Steam, you're not allowed to have a game that is, you know, 3:57. It's 2:30 p.m. What? You're not allowed to release a game on Steam with pre-orders enabled unless you've already released a game on Steam. Also, I think they want to have as many sales as possible on the first day as possible. Also, what was I going to do? Right, Rock crafts. But I'm sure they could. Dwarf Fortress is legendary enough, they probably could just call Valve and be like, yeah, turn it on. But it's honestly probably because they just don't want to. Oh, Brazilian steakhouses are lovely. Lovely, lovely. I haven't been to a steakhouse like that since TwitchCon. Got a bunch of counts of vandalism against Farana. Bloody shame that. You couldn't find the patience for learning curve. I think Dwarf Fortress is currently a very accessible game, so maybe I'm not the best person to ask. I don't know. I never found Dwarf Fortress to be difficult to get into when I actually sat down and did it. I think currently learning Dwarf Fortress is just a matter of just putting a couple hours in and getting the basic muscle memory down. But like the premium version, I mean, I think you could probably answer your own question by simply watching one of Kit Fox's streams of it. Like, UI looks intuitive, and the difficulty of Dwarf Fortress is its UI, right? The UI of Dwarf Fortress is very obtuse, which is what makes the game unintuitive to new players. And so if your question is, do I think it's going to be more intuitive? Yeah. Do I think it will remove the learning curve? I mean, the learning curve of Dwarf Fortress, for a lot of people, was always the UI. And they've completely changed how that works. So I'm assuming that should fix people's issues with it. Why did they just give you a beating and not a prison sentence? That's so strange. That's not going to help. But yeah, no, I think Dwarf Fortress will be fine to get into. I mean, it's going to have an in-game tutorial and everything, which is, I think, what people need. And then combine the in-game tutorial with just, like, the crazy fanatical fan base that will have the wiki updated in an hour or in a couple of hours, and also add on, you know, people like myself who will be making videos before launch and stuff, most likely, assuming they give me a key. But, like, you know, there will be a lot of videos. There will be a lot of, like, obviously their tutorials. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Or a random blob composed of flame. Takara. I mean, yeah, things will kill forts, but like... Dwarf Fortress is, I think, going to be a lot easier to get into for a lot of people. I think, like, if what made you bounce off the game was the UI, yeah, I don't think that'll be an issue anymore. I had a Titan once that was a humanoid composed of flame with 2 horns and wings, and it breathed fire. So it was just like a fireball blasting humanoid, and it died because it burned down a tree, and then the tree collapsed on its head. And it died. It's pretty satisfying. Although the one death that I had from a Titan that was better was a giant fire-breathing one-eyed chicken. Just flew into the map and was like just the most wannabe dragon I've ever seen. Was just flapping around and raining fire from the sky, right? Kind of hilarious, but also a bit of a nightmare. The funny thing is, it died because it set an elf on fire, which was a bard who was wandering around the map. Set this elf on fire, and the elf spurted blood out, and the blood got into its eye and melted its brain. Like, literally, it was just like searing blood burns the flesh, melting the skin, and melting the brain. I was just like, that's a thing that can happen? So... you can die to Steam. It was like the most karma moment I've ever had. It's metal as fuck. That's Dwarf Fort. Speaking of metal as fuck, many of you probably already have seen this thread. But Dwarf Fortress is getting merch. I'm actually not sure if this was leaked or not. I think this might actually have been leaked. But Dwarf Fortress is getting merch through Fangamer. This shirt's pretty fucking metal. Look at this fucking shirt. I want this shirt. Like, real bad. What do I think of elves? I think they're wonderful. But they're fun. They're a fun adversary at times. They're just like humans. They're great to trade with, and sometimes they're fun to... I want hard. Yes, same. Apparently this is a magnet. I thought it was a coaster or a patch first. I'm a little disappointed it's a magnet. I want this in a coaster format. And I also want that beer glass. You need this shirt? Yeah, me too. I need this shirt and that pint glass, and I need to sit here wearing this shirt and drinking beer out of that pint glass while streaming Dwarf Fort. That's going to be peak Dwarf Fortress stream. That, and they need a different version of that beer glass that's a stein with like a big handle. Or a wooden mug? Somebody on Etsy, go start making wooden Dwarf Fortress logo mugs. Of course, but it's unofficial, and don't support unofficial merchandise. That's all I have to say to that. Of course, like there is. Like if there's a video game, there's a t-shirt version of it made from a screenshot, potentially even a bot, and like you shouldn't buy it. Just because it exists doesn't mean you should buy it. I don't draw fan art really, so no. Oh wait, have people drawn fan art of me? Yes. Not for a while though. There was somebody once who commissioned a piece of fan art from one of my forts on Fiverr, which I thought was kind of neat. I mean, like, it was like this. This one was pretty good. This was like a fortress banner. It was also this one for the same fort. Someone drew this. This was cool. That one was also pretty rad. One was also pretty rad. That one was also pretty cool. Also pretty cool. That was the one that was commissioned on Fiverr. It was like I had this good biome charity fort, and the whole goal was that we would make coins and give them away for free because it was a birthday stream, and on my birthday every year I stream for charity. We usually raise about $2,000 for charity. And the logo or the symbol for that fort was a pile of money that was devouring a dwarf with a unicorn striking a triumphant pose on top of it. So we got a bunch of fan art of unicorn striking a triumphant pose. I guess like the most recent fan art that I've gotten would be just like stuff that's like on the Discord. I mean, if you go to the post art section of my Discord, like some of this stuff's fan art. I don't know if I'd count this as fan art, but you know, if you voted for Labor of Love for Dwarf Fort, then congratulations, you should get a Dwarf Fort sticker. Then there's all of Stone's drawings. Stone draws various pieces of fan art of my forts from time to time. There was a bunch of gremlin AI stuff that was generated. Not related, but God, that's such a cool looking axe that he made. Anyway, yeah. I mean, if you want to download the save for Longdeath, !Longdeath in the chat. Cobalt came to your fort and he made a... Oh no! Why would you punch poor Cobalt to death? Poor Cobalt just wants to steal your things. Cobalt did nothing wrong. Such a shame. It's weird seeing your stuff fly by. I was scrolling up to see if I could find one of your dwarf drawings, but it's been a while. Is there a link to my Discord? !Discord. Although it's the easiest join code you'll ever see, to the point where sometimes people end up in there by accident. It's good to see you, Tapioca. No, I just like kobolds. They're not wrong. Kobolds are just like quite literally neutral. Unless they're like child snatchers, which are generally goblins and very rarely kobolds. Like they just want to steal your shit and run away. I like kobolds because they're just rare, so I will try and just let them steal my stuff. Because like unless they're taking something that's super important, like my first anvil, it's like, yeah, go steal something, it's fine. Look what you can do now. What are you doing? You love how Craig Smash shows fan art in his videos? Yeah. Although Craig Smash's videos are like designed to get fan art out of them too. I'm not sure what you're trying to do. H2O. All right. I mean, that's what the post art room on my Discord is for. Oh, yeah, no, someone already redeemed it today, sorry. No, I haven't, Kodiak. Because playing as kobolds is like... I've played as kobolds in adventure mode. I know how they work. I don't want to play as kobolds. It just sounds like an exercise in my own frustration more than actually playing Dwarf Fort. I'd rather just play a theft-focused fortress. Where you sunk it? I once made a fort where I could drain an entire ocean with one lever. I don't know. You do what you want to do, Sniper. It's there for a reason. Nothing said about alive. This is true. Yeah, it doesn't. It does in fact say nothing about keeping them alive. Just that they'll keep them happy. Lava is in fact infinite. Yes, so is water. Now the real game starts. No, I don't think so. It's just like the tutorial is more just like a simplified embark than anything. All right, this dwarf coming over here is going to drop the lava down. Oof. It's kind of neat. Let's close the bridge. No. The tutorial is literally just a simplified embark that gives you all of the pop-ups on how to play the game. That's all it is. Yeah, no, dwarves have dark vision. Dwarves can just see in the dark. You should leave a few dozen Discord channels. You know, it's funny. Recently, like with Twitter being a clusterfuck, I've had a lot of random people DMing me going, join my Discord. It's like, I haven't yet. I'm not going to now. I know that you're good people, but like 12 Discords is enough for me. Thanks. There's a max? Yeah, 99 Discord servers, I think, is the max. The maximum number of people you can have. I'll just let it do its thing for a little bit. Is it 200 for Nitro users? Why are you... Oh, for emotes. I was going to say, why are you in those servers then? But yeah, that's fair. I used to be in like 99 for ages, and then I just deleted like 80% of them because I pretty much realized that, oh yeah, I don't ever look at most of these, so like why do I even bother? Really no reason to bother. It's like it's sort of like how, you know, I know a lot of people who will just like follow, who used to just like follow a lot of people on Twitter, and then when they got tired, they would just like and they would just like send you a what do you call it? And they just follow a whole bunch of people on Twitter, and then when they would get tired of seeing certain people on their timeline, they just mute them. I don't do that. I just unfollow people. Also, that's not a very good hourly rate Twitch. But fortunately, it's not real Twitch, so. I really hate seeing shit like that pop up on Twitter now. Because it's just like, Twitter just went from like, hey, a place that actually has like legitimate people to just like, oh, now it's just a mess to the point where it's like, why do I even look at this shit anymore? I know people go on about how like Mastodon has a bots problem and shit, but it's just like, I think it's worse on actual Twitter now than it is on Mastodon. Good, Zaliser. Like I said earlier today, I would have probably not deleted, but disabled my Twitter account had Dwarf Fortress not been coming out in a couple of weeks. 2 weeks. Why is that? Why am I such a particularly amazing discovery in the DF universe? It's just a lot of gremlin memes, really. Months ago? You should have stopped years ago, dude. 1400 UTC is 7 a.m. Pacific, yeah. That's what my like Google search told me when I first checked. So what more can one ask? Man. I've always wanted to love Twitter, but like I've quit Twitter for long periods of like like it says in my title, I've streamed for 9 years, right? In that 9 years, I think I've quit Twitter twice and just like not used Twitter for years. Literally like years at a time of just straight up not using the platform at all. So I know for a fact I don't need it, but I've never really enjoyed Twitter. I've always had Twitter because like that's where a lot of stuff gets organized for streamers. Like the streaming community on Twitter is, or was, I guess, always a very active, useful tool if you work in this industry. But over the years, it's gotten less and less usable, like the way that it's no longer like a strict timeline and how now it's all about like just fucking algorithms and trying to min-max your tweets. And now half the tweets I see are sponsored anyways. It's just like a lot of the stuff that used to make Twitter super useful has just gotten less and less and less useful as time has gone on. And it's come right down to just bleh. I like Mastodon because it feels like the old internet, and I guess this is just like, you know, a sign of me getting old. I'm 28 and I'm going, oh, that looks like the old internet. I want that. And meanwhile, like all of like the younger people who stream and all of like people who I guess have a younger mindset are just like, Twitter's dying? All right. Guess I'll just be on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah, I'm 28. And I can't do that because I don't really like Meta, and so I refuse to make an Instagram account, and I have no real interest in TikTok. Like, making fun of Elon Musk and getting banned for it? Here's the thing, right? It's like, I'm 28 and everybody points at me and calls me young. I don't feel young. And I think the reason for that is I didn't do any post-secondary. I graduated high school 3 years early. And I basically have worked full-time since I was 16. You can't ask that question because you spelled TikTok correctly. If you spelled TikTok T-I-C-K-T-O-C-O-K, T-O-C-K, then I would understand that what is TikTok. But no, you know what TikTok is because you spelled it correctly. Non-conflict rebadged as engagement. I mean, that's just how every single social media platform operates, though. That's not unique to Twitter. The thing is, I like politics, and I like talking about politics, and I like reading about politics. But Elon Musk doesn't shove politics into people's Twitter. Elon Musk shoves conspiracy theories and utter dog shit into people's Twitter feeds. You know, actually, Cosmic Ray, it's kind of funny because, like, I feel like every year I read about, like, another child star, actor or actress, who's just like, I've quit Instagram and deleted Facebook and I'm no longer on Twitter. I'm removing myself from social media. And it's like, I swear, I see that, like, pretty frequently. Like, the most recent one was, I'm blanking on her name now. The person who plays Eleven in Stranger Things was, like, the most recent one that I can think of off the top of my head. Completely blanking on her name right now. But, like, that was one of the most recent ones that I saw. And it's just like, yeah, I completely agree with that. Also, the humans have arrived to trade because we're not under siege for once. Oh, yeah, no. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, yes, I'm young, but I didn't have high-speed internet until 2007. I was on dial-up until 2007, right? And we were on slow dial-up. And I was using a Windows 98 PC in 2007 until I bought my first Windows XP computer in 2008 with Christmas money. Or no, it was 2007 that I bought the Windows XP computer. It was a little Dell laptop. And it's like, I was like 10 years behind when it comes to tech when I was growing up. So my taste in games is from the 90s because that's what I was able to get, right? I was playing Age of Empires in 2005. The first one. Not the sequel, the first one. I was playing StarCraft Brood War, just in custom maps that I made myself on my computer and the campaign because I couldn't get online. When I finally did get on the internet, the first MMOs I played were MUDs and RuneScape because, like, that's what the computers we had could run. That's what our internet could run. I've never played World of Warcraft. Brood War's still fucking great, yeah, especially those custom maps. I played traditional roguelikes in the mid-2000s because they were small and I could go over to a friend's house and I could download 5 of them and put them on my 100 or 256 megabyte MP3 player, take them home, stick it into my Windows 98 PC, and it would work. You know, like, there's a reason I played a lot of why my taste in games is weird for somebody my age, because I've never actually played Dune 2000. I did play Dune though. The first Dune, which was just called Dune, the video game, which was like a weird, almost grand strategy point-and-click adventure game. It was a weird thing. Weird thing, that. What are my thoughts on Cogmind? Fantastic video game. Unfortunately, the UI is made for ants, and it gives me a headache really quickly. But a beautiful, 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 incredibly well-made video game. I just wish the UI wasn't made for ants. The UI is made by somebody with extremely good vision who has a very, 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 very high resolution monitor. And I have terrible vision and use a low resolution monitor. So the result is playing that game is just like headache inducing immediately. To his credit, Josh G has added a whole bunch of different tile sets or not tile sets, but a whole bunch of different fonts to that game, which make it better, but it's still not what I would describe as good. Yeah, no, like, I was born in 94, but, like, the first few games, like, I was playing, like, Ancient Domains of Mystery, ADOM, in, like, the mid-2000s. After it was in, like, the long dark period of it not getting updated. You know, I played Angband in the mid-2000s. I played NetHack in the mid-2000s. You know, I was playing Tales of Middle-earth, which became Tome in the mid-2000s. And then, like, I got high-speed internet by about 2008 and immediately dove into Counter-Strike, Crossfire, like, Allegiance of Valiant Arms, Combat Arms, and all those terrible F2P shooters that existed in that time period. Just dove into all those and did nothing but that for, like, 4 years. And then it was, like, 2012, or, no, 2011, I got a job, so I stopped playing those games as much. I was also playing Heroes of Newerth and League of Legends and a little bit of Dota. But then I started getting a lot of jobs that weren't just part-time. I started getting full-time jobs in like 2011. And then I moved out in 2012 and basically stopped playing those games and kind of came back to them a little bit after I'd started streaming, but never streamed them and then eventually just quit. Combat Arms is on Steam, I think. Is it not? Yeah. So if for some reason you wanted to play this trash again, I'm sorry, what the fuck was on that gun? Yeah, that's Combat Arms. Yeah, no, Combat Arms is on Steam. Ancient Art of War? Nope. Sounds familiar though. Joined the stream, by the way, because you only just heard of the game and you have just downloaded it and it sounds like the perfect kind of game for you, so you've missed out on it for so long. Well, welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Glad to have you. This is the kind of TikTok I can get behind. This is the kind of TikTok I can get behind. Unfortunately, you can't follow me on that TikTok. You know, it's always amazing to me when people discover Dwarf Fortress because, like, you know, Dwarf Fortress has existed for, 20 years basically at this point. I'm confused by why I'm being added into a certain room on a Discord. Also, hello, Bowie. Your life is so boring, you're 25? I mean, if it's any... Let's see. My first job ever was a kayaking instructor. And I basically just got paid, it was like 20 bucks an hour to drive a speedboat around. One of the best jobs I ever had, like as an hourly rate. My second job that I had was I worked for my dad in a factory, and that job was horrible. Third job that I had was I worked in a gas station. Fifth job that I had, I worked at McDonald's, and I kept that job for 8.5 years. Which means I've finally now done Twitch stuff longer than I had that job, which is kind of nice to know. Holy shit, that's a lot of stuff. Worked at McDonald's, and then I worked at a different gas station. Worked at a corner store briefly. For a couple of weeks, I worked at a coffee shop doing cleaning. What else did I do? Various things on the internet. Yeah, I don't know. Not of Mossfield or Origins, no. I was literally just looking at that going, why am I tagged into this conversation? No, I did not. That was Rose pointing you in the wrong direction. I've interviewed the developers of Dwarf Fortress many times, but not the developer of Mossfield. I was literally just about to type, no, I didn't, in that Discord, but it seems like Rose figured it out too. Gremlin counter should be showing 16 hours. Is Gremlin for Mayor off by an hour or something? Seems to be off by an hour. I mean, I played RuneScape not because I liked playing RuneScape. I played RuneScape with two brothers, Scott and Jeff. They were like my two friends. And I knew those two dudes from like the age of like 9 until the age of like 16. And I haven't spoke with them since. So was I social? No. Did I have a lot of friends? No. Did I get bullied a lot? Yes. Did I get harassed a lot? Yes. To give you an idea on the level of bullshit that I went through when I was a little kid, when I was in Scouts, actually, there was one kid who thought it would be hilarious when me and a friend of mine were sleeping outside to like pee into a bottle and pour it on my head while I was sleeping 2 days out on a camping trip. So like, was I social? No. Did I have a lot of friends? No. In fact, I would still state that I'm not particularly social and don't have a lot of friends. I'm good at it now. The problem is making friends, because being an adult in the current era where people are afraid to speak with other human beings makes making friends difficult. I did have a girlfriend for a very long time who I lived with, but due to my obsession with this job and my bloody, ridiculously over-ambitious work ethic, she moved out in 2019. So now I have Kevin, who's a friend of mine who I go camping with on a relatively frequent basis. And during normal times, we used to go to concerts all the time, but now we only prioritize going to concerts that we really want to see instead of just any old random indie band for $10, which we used to go to like 3 to 5 times a month. At which point we used to just go to mosh pits and knock people over. Now we just go see really good bands that we actually give a shit about. So we've basically just gotten smarter about the concerts that we go to. We're buying food and thread from these humans. And, yeah, no, like, making friends is really difficult. I'm good friends with my sister-in-law, but I only see her maybe 3 times a year. Maybe 3 times this year I've seen her? Yeah. Oh, hi, Allie. What's up? How's things? Hey, Rex. What's up, Tianchi? And Death, and Burner, and Scruffy. Hello, everybody. Hi, Allie. Allie plays a variety of video games. I can type, which apparently I can't. So I recommend going and giving Allie a follow. Sup, Burner? How's things, man? Go click that button, chat. We're playing Dwarf, a game that's difficult to comprehend if you don't play it. But not that bad, which is releasing on Steam in 2 weeks with a much more understandable tile set. Chaos Incarnate. I feel like a lot of people take that moniker. Just, I cause chaos. I don't know. I cause whatever I happen to cause when I'm in the room. Maybe it's chaos. Maybe it's just boredom. Depends on the day. It's true. It's difficult to understand if you don't play it. It's one of those games where it makes a lot of sense if you play it for 30 minutes. It's just a lot of people don't do that. Also, Digital Dingo, I saw you pop in earlier and I didn't say hi. What's up, man? Hell yeah. I had a group of people that I was actively going to the pub with about 8 months ago because it was like this one guy worked what was the bartender at a pub that I used to go to. And like his girlfriend and then her other friend would hang out there on Sundays because they closed pretty early on Sundays. They closed at like 10 on Sundays. So I ended up hanging out with that group for a bit. And then like he quit and then they moved and I haven't seen him since. So like Minesweeper on steroids? Man, I want to play the Minesweeper you play. Sounds like a really nice Minesweeper. As a big fan of Minesweeper, who managed to get a 300-second win on Expert once, and as somebody who streamed Minesweeper, you know, what if I told you it's nothing like Minesweeper and it's actually a lot like top-down Minecraft? Is actually what this is. You've never gotten close to that since? Damn! Did you do the thing where you don't place the flags? I never quite got to that level. The reason my times were always slow is because I always place flags. I can't play without placing flags. It just feels wrong. Never got that good? Okay. Also, that time was while I was streaming. Sudoku is your psychotic guilty pleasure? Fair enough. I mean, Sudoku is a better puzzle game than Minesweeper because Minesweeper's imperfect. You can have impossible to solve maps without a 50-50 guess, which makes it a really bad puzzle, actually. You know, I can agree with that. One of the best flights I ever had actually was it the first or second TwitchCon I went to? I think it was the first one. I think it was TwitchCon 2016. I was flying down and I flew out of YVR and I was flying a WestJet flight and I sat down and I had an aisle seat and there was a guy at the window. And as the plane started to like taxi down the runway, he asks me, he goes, "Are you going to use the center seat?" And I go, "No." And he goes, "Oh, excellent." And he starts pulling a bunch of stuff out of his bag and he starts putting it on the side there, using up the space, and like had a laptop out and he was doing some typing. And after about 30 minutes into the flight, I just passively asked him, like, "So what you doing?" He goes, "Oh, I'm chief director of a children's hospital in Vancouver, and I'm flying down to do a talk. Flying the red eye, because it was a red eye flight, Gonna do the talk in the morning when we land, and then I'm gonna fly home right after. And I've been to that children's hospital a lot. Like, I spent a lot of time in children's hospital growing up for various things, mostly to do with my eyes, but for various things. And I asked him, like, do you know, named my doctor, who was my doctor when I was in children's the entire time. He goes, yeah? I'm like, well, I was one of his patients with this thing. And I told him I had columboma, which I know for a fact is really rare. There's only one other person in British Columbia with it, which is what's wrong with my eyes. And it was like immediately not only knew who I was, but like had me written down in like a document that he had right there. And just like, he's like, are you this person? Like, yeah, that's me. And I was sitting there playing Tetris on my 3DS, which is how this loops back into Tetris. Sitting there playing Tetris on my 3DS. And after about 20, 30 minutes of talking, he asked me what I was playing. I was like, Tetris. And he goes, oh, really? Can I play around? He beat my score. Fucking guy. And then he's just like, if you can beat that score, I'll buy you a beer. So I took it back, and this is just Game Boy Tetris. So I sit there, and I played for like 30 minutes. I beat his score, and he bought me a beer. Good memories. It was a fun flight. And it was a weird conversation, too, because he was like weirdly fascinated about why I was going down to San Diego, because it was like I was going down for TwitchCon, right? And he's just like, so what's Twitch? Like, this was like back when like normal people hadn't heard of Twitch. I'm like, oh, your kids are gonna love it in a few years. It's like all the kids are never gonna shut up about it in a couple years, and I bet you I was right. It's like when people ask me, like, what do you do for a living? It's like, I do what your kids want to do for a living. Normal people, yeah, normal people. I mean, Twitch is like, what, the 11th most viewed site on the internet now? Like, it's up there. To help the main character improve and then vanish? Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen him since. But, like, so that interaction sticks in my brain. Good memories. I tossed all my badges, but I'm not much of a stuff hoarder. I can't keep things around for too long. Especially because, like, the number of convention badges I would have are insane. Because there was a good clip there where I was doing TwitchCon, PAX, and at least one local convention a year. So I was doing at least, like, 4 conventions a year for a bit there. I was doing PAX East, PAX West, TwitchCon, plus at least one local one per year for a good long while there. Until I finally just kind of said fuck it and stopped. Mostly because the pandemic happened. Also, conventions are expensive, yo. What are we doing on booze? We're doing good on booze. That's good. Looks like I can melt down all of this armor now. No, actually, let's leave that open. And this up here, I need to wait for that last bit of lava to disappear, and then I can pull that lever. Unicorns aren't starving. That's good. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for coming over with the raid. Raids are nice. World is small sometimes. You got into a conversation with an elder woman once randomly. Turns out she used to be a preach in the church where your son was baptized. Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like my aunt and uncle went and visited my Oma's hometown a number of years ago. And, like, my Oma's from a very small town in Germany, right? And they just would, like, go up to random seniors and ask if they'd ever met Helga, or if they remembered Helga, plus last name, obviously. And a lot of them did. There was a lot of people who was like, oh, yeah, she was always getting into trouble. Stuff like that. Like, this is these little old ladies that are, you know, like, 10 years older or 13 years older than my Oma. That is a secret, and if I told you I'd have to kill you, that guy. Question about lava. How do you get rid of it from the trap? I drain it off the side of the map. So this is like a set of iron drawbridges with iron mechanisms so that they don't melt. This goes all the way to the edge, and then this is fortifications. Right there. All the way up and down. Because fortifications allow things like liquids to flow off the edge of the map. So I fortify the edge of the map, and then I drop the drain lever, which allows those drawbridges to fall down. Then the lava just flows to the left off the side of the map, basically. I mean, one of the streamers I work with on Halcyon Frequency, Major, FG, met her husband through Twitch. Who's like one of her mods. I know a few people who that's happened to, actually. My older sister met her husband on World of Warcraft. Which is still funny to me, because she used to pick on me and like make fun of me for playing video games. She met her goddamn husband on World of Warcraft. She never did apologize to me for, like, making fun of me for years, and neither did she ever she also never thanked me for letting her play Skyrim, which I'm pretty sure is the first game she actually got into. You met your ex-wife? Your ex-wife met her? Wow! That's kind of funny. Turns out, WoW is a dating site. You also know someone who met and married on Twitch who's a mod? I think, like... Yeah, I know. I mean, it happens more often than you think, I guess, Dean. Did Drongo meet his partner over Twitch? I'll be honest, I know nothing about Drongo's personal life. I just know that he's an Aussie who drinks alcohol out of shoes and streams on Twitch. You think you did WoW wrong? I mean, I never played, so... I bought plenty of GFs on RuneScape, though. It doesn't count, generally. Don't let your wife play MMOs without you? I mean, moral of the story is don't play MMOs, but... With 25 years, just left, didn't meet him. But you worked with him and didn't like him until you found out he played Ultima Online. You know, we've come, this stream community has come this close to launching a Ultima Online custom server a couple of times. Every single time we start talking about it, we, like, the person who's like, yeah, I'll run that server, just, like, goes MIA for 6 months. Well, I mean, Tinder is designed to fail unless you're female, so... It's like my sister-in-law goes on Tinder and she gets 1,600 likes in like 40 minutes because she's a bisexual, cute lady. And then there's me where it's like, yeah, maybe 2 a year. If that. And then they're bots and they don't respond. You scripted for the server too? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe post-Dwarf Fortress launch will actually launch an Ultima Online server. You had AOL chat rooms back in your day? Well, I'm happy you had that. $9,000 kilometers away? Yeah, Tinder passport's weird like that. Congrats, Kodiak. I'm happy for you, man. We're melting all of that metal armor down. I should really go get lunch and then swap forts. Back 20 years ago, there was such stigma in meeting people from online, and now it's everyday common. Now it's impossible unless you're like above average in almost every aspect, either financially or looks-wise. Because if you're below average financially or looks-wise, nobody's willing to punch down. Everybody punches up, and because the only actual impressions you get through dating apps is looks and financial stability, something like the vast majority of people are just fucked to be stuck in that algorithm forever. It's kind of like I'm looking forward to the documentaries on it in 30 years about how it like destroyed an entire generation. Neil, what's up? It's good to see you. How's things, man? You know, I'll be honest. Out of all the bullshit from this generation, Uber's one of the ones I hate the least. I don't use it very often, but my God, it's helpful sometimes. Those documentaries already exist. Oh yeah, I know they do. The Tinder Swindler was actually a pretty good one. It was the most recent one I watched. So actually, on the topic of meeting random fucking people on the internet, one of the first WoW guilds my older sister ended up in had 2 people in it that worked at a store in one of the malls close to me that my ex was friends with. Which is really, really weird. Like, I mentioned the name of the server that my older sister was playing on to my ex, and she went, hold on a second, and just, like, jumped on her computer and started typing. And it was like, do you know this spins this around? It's just like, could you, like, send these people over to your sister and, like, ask if she knows them? Very weird. The Barney the Dinosaur documentary? No. I mean, I know who Barney is, but... What you looking for, Dean? What you looking for? I have very few public commands in my chat. I hate Twitch chat commands. They do nothing but, like, drive me nuts. Although I have completely irrelevant ones like that one, which you pay me money to use. But, like, what are you looking for? What do you need help with? Uber was banned here, and then Uber just was like, fuck you, sue us. And then now we have Uber. Which is odd. There's a trailer about there's a trailer for a documentary about how common it is to hate Barney the dinosaur. Okay, but what about a documentary on hating bananas in pajamas? Of course tits is still a thing. Tits will always be a thing. Jesus, man. What do you take me for? Some kind of sellout? No, I will get banned from Twitch before I will remove my tits command. Damn it. I need to have sketchy links in my chat. What's the point of streaming if you can't have dumb, sketchy links in your chat?
Remove everything that's good from it. The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they're just like, yeah, Uber's banned. All right, sue us, says Uber. Of course that's a safe for work link. It's against Twitch terms of service to have not safe for work links. Is it better off to go without a tile set or get a modern one that makes things clear? If you want to play Dwarf Fortress, use a tile set that you like looking at. If that's completely vanilla, use vanilla. If that's this one, use this one. If that's Space Fox, use Space Fox. If it's something big, fancy, and flashy with a lot of colors, use that. If it's the Matrix tile set, use that. If it's the, I don't know, okay, like, when it comes to tile sets, use the tile set that you like using. But whatever you do, absolutely whatever you do, if the first time you play Dwarf Fortress, you're looking for a new tile set and you find this one, don't use it. This is not a tile set that you should use as your first tile set. Another one that you definitely should not use as your first tile set would be Animals tile set. Because, like, it replaces all of the letters with these fucking wingding things. I'll just put it simply. This was a very difficult tile set to use. Speaking of dumb tile sets, another tile set that you definitely shouldn't use is this one. So I don't think I have yours in this particular folder, Stone. No, I don't think I do. I don't know where it ended up. Actually, hold up. No, I still do have it. It's in a different folder. Let me grab it. I mean, this one's pretty usable. I love the difference between the dwarves. There's the D, and then there's Angry D. Stones was actually pretty good. This one was, like, perfectly playable. What about Shrek? We don't talk about Shrek. I mean, we definitely don't talk about Shrek. The actual, like, best tile set, though, is this one. Because it is actually playable, and it's still just Nicolas Cage. I think I gave Haz Huzzah actually like a minor heart attack the other day because I was in his stream late at night, and he was asking me if I still had that Nicolas Cage tile set, and I was like, oh, I have a better one, and I gave him that one. He just like, I thought he was gonna have a heart attack on stream. He was crying so hard. He was just screaming, like laughing. So for explanation as to why I have those all, they're in a folder on my desktop called meme tiles, and they exist purely for charity streams. On my birthday every year, I do a charity stream where we just use progressively less playable tile sets, and we're gonna keep doing those. So if you think of like a really dumb idea for a tile set, make it up and ship her over, and we'll use it on my birthday, June 3rd, 2023. Dumb tile sets galore. Let's go. Your big toe joint is making creaking noises and it's sore and you're concerned. Oh no, you're getting old. Gremlin tile set. Make a tile set where everything is gremlin. And we'll have a gremlin tile set. Absolutely not, Guy USA. Another beginning of June, baby. Yeah, they're pretty common, it turns out. Although there's 151 people watching right now, so either it's just a big old bottle of Bacardi, or like there's odds are pretty good that somebody else is June 3rd. It's your youngest kid's birthday? Well, there you go. How I avoids the B tile set? Because we don't talk about the B movie, okay? I do like jazz, but come on, man. Honestly, like, I think we need to make the B movie tile set a little better. Because the ones that are all just like, yo, it's just the same thing, are a little hard to play. I mean, I also have like, where was it? This one? Which one was it? Yeah, this one. I also have this one, which is just my emotes. This one was also like shockingly playable. That one was pretty good. Oh, this one was also pretty neat. All of the tiles in this one were made in Midjourney, which is kind of awesome, actually. So, like, all of these are, like, AI-generated art bits. So they're, like, all hyper-detailed and tiny. Which is kind of awesome, actually. I'm a big fan of that one. Yeah, no, that's why I like this tile set. Like, shoutouts to Krug Smash for, like, prototyping it, basically. But, like, this tile set's just, like, a nice mix of understandable walls and things, and also ASCII. So, like, you have the advantages of ASCII, but also you don't have to tolerate a lot of the stuff that you would normally have to deal with. Give a quick tour of Longdeath. All right. Maybe we'll do a quick tour of Longdeath, and then I'll go to lunch break, and then we'll come back and play some Stonewater. But Longdeath goes all the way up to here. This is where we keep the bees. In the middle here, we have the central tavern in the middle of the screen. On the right is the throne room, and on the left is the library. And if we go down a little bit, we have the kind of outer layer on the main layer, and then the fort itself is a big old hole in the ground. Over on the left there is where we've been spending most of our time today. And then down here is main level. Then if we go down one, we got general storage. And then down here is where we keep the coffins and the statue army. Down here is the maze that I made because I was bored. Then we have the bunker, which is completely stocked with drinks and booze and enough beds for everybody in case something terrible happens. Down here is drainage. Then we got this thing, which is probably never going to be finished. And then down here we have our lava forges. And then we got the first cavern layer. And then the second cavern layer, which we're into now, which goes all the way down to here. All the way down to here, 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 all the way down. And then down here is where we pump the lava up out of here. What's usually your win scenario? My win scenario is when I get bored. Sometimes happens really quickly, sometimes really slow. So yeah, that's Longdeath. So chat room, I'm going to place a save right here, and I'm going to go get me lunch. And when I return, we're going to be picking up Stonewater, which is a different fort.